Two, I think we're now live. Check whether I can be heard. We've got a central microphone. I just want to make sure the panelists can be heard. So how do we check that? We just talk.
Yes. I can go to the other, someone who's going to get to join on Zoom chair.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, maybe that can be done in the background.
Yeah.
So, right, well, this is finally, fingers crossed, but well, we've gone before. We're hoping to disturb it around the Italian holiday. It'll be a long week. Anyway, we are finally here, so that's good. I don't know what we're going to do is, so we're going to hear from first starts first. So Mr. Lamb, over to you. Unfortunately, they're only very, 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 very small. Yeah.
Exactly. So we'll attempt not to prolong your time here. My name is Elsa Stein and I'm here. Now, I understand that you authorised the Great Exchange material. So, based on Dr. Close to read them application, I would just 15 points before handing over to the witnesses to summarise the evidence and the issues that you might have. I have just handed back to Ms. Walker, which a page of material. So, I have a bundle of documents, which is essentially just the section and figures from the evidence consolidated into one document. So, myself and Paul Willis as well as the presentations today. We also should have a summary statement, two physical copies of summary statement from Mr. Goddard, who was the witness, and Ms. P, who was the evidence. And you should have an electronic copy from Mr. John, which I've estimated to you. And then Ms. Hayes was just going to talk to those So yeah, I have with me Mr. Goddard in this thing. And I have asked him to make his next to talk to his own extent that in question.
We're all in low seat.
No, I'm feeling below, slightly below deck here. That's the station I'm used to, but I'll try and get comfortable. So we're here today because there's something planned for section seeking to enable an intensive on its sites to enable a feasible redevelopment of their sites for mixed use purposes. And Mr. Goddard and his evidence talks to some of the unique constraints that face supermarket mixed use development in terms of height and what that means for the number of stories that you need to get to, I guess, before something begins to apply. So at submissions related to 4 sites within Hamilton. We'll go to the hard copy. So at the north, you've got Hamilton Terrace, Foursquare, then further south to the west of the river, you've got Mill Street, Pepper Day. Further south again, you've got Clarence Street, Pepper Day, and then right down south. And you will be being familiar with the pre-exchange material, you'll be aware that focus of food stuffs, submission of evidence in this in relation to the View New World and the Terrace Sportswear. And happily, food stuffs in council are then where process that are now matters. First one is the Donlot, the site overload should fly to the Hamilton Terrace Centre. So that it should be doing a 26 metre height from 18 metre height limit. And I will come to shortly. Food stuffs considered should be applied at Hamilton Terrace. And its submission, the council has only looked at the zoning of the centre, and not the, sorry, of the zone, and not the characteristics which make the additional height more appropriate in this location. The second outstanding issue is whether FAR control is necessary, and whether it is not. As the full text of the decision that is citing the building address the needs which council effectively seeks to manage through the FAR controls. Now, whilst there is full agreement between both us and the council respect of clean view, I have asked the witnesses to still touch on the rationale which was there, and that is because the building both us seeks at clean view is critical to its aspirations site. And as Mr. Robbins talked to in the evidence, that site is an important redevelopment plan, and they have undertaken, both sites have undertaken feasibility studies for a traditional single-story redevelopment of the site, and subject to study that. So confirming a 26-metre height limit and relax or no, and preferably no FAR controls through PC12 with those stuff play to the environment to excuse redevelopment of that. I'm going to show myself sort of covered off everything in the introductory section. Section 2, the legal framework section really addresses or focuses on the NPSUV and its application in the context of additional site at these sites. That 2 points in that section. The first, and we said the submission asking for in relation to other clients is that policy free time, but that doesn't negate the need for you to consider what is the most appropriate response in the context of this particular site, and in regards to all the people. The second point I make, paragraph 2.7, submission, is that when you're looking at what is commensurate in terms of policy 3D, you need to be looking at the future level of community and community activities. And I think we are now aligned with council at that point, at least in the view, that we say that would include an approach. Now submission justifies additional light activity here, particularly given the significant uplift in residential zoning immediately surrounding the Henley Terrace site. And as I take through to the Bible of documents out there, on the fourth day, so we can get this working. Here we go. And then you can see, so in the notified plan we had general residential zoning directly within the site, and we've now moved a fairly large swath of medium density residential with 18-metre height limit.
In terms of your submission of the minister, what's the time frame? You said it needs to be future looking. What's the time frame over which we need to consider the minister? 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, aligned to future proof strategy?
I mean, that's a question, taking the longer term, taking the long term approach is plans for the 10-year horizon, but should be looking as far as we can. I think guidance from the future proof strategy in terms of the level of residential intensification and population growth that is expected within Hamilton, and we now, so it's not to include, I guess, the appropriate long-term response that will live at that site. There's an opportunity cost and only looking at sort of the 10-year horizon. So
the long term, more than
Yeah.
30-year fixed.
So I think that's in terms of section showing dealing with the SUV that will allow you to stay there. Turning to section 3 of maintenance, and that's dealing with how the NPSPD has been, or really, I guess, close up the sort in relation to all its sites at 3.1 and 3.2. So comfortable with where council has landed in terms of check and say Hill Street and Clarence Street, albeit in terms of Paris Street, how difference would be, though if they are controls. In terms of Glenview and Community Terrace, I think it's fair to say that the evidence was focused on Glenview, as that was the site with the most immediate likelihood of being redeveloped. You have to see that.
So I think Clarence Street was, you're kind of going to be able to control the, in principle position.
No, that was an instance. And I had the same rationale. The site, I think, except that what is now proposed is, gives you enough, that I guess, that one is, so I think it's very, for the reach of the walls and also. So just to
Some completely clear, we talked about the individual redevelopment site. That if they are that site going to restrict the development that you're looking to develop.
So I don't, those that don't have a particular development proposal that they're looking at the moment, what was the law for that model and impact on that we find out on possible outcomes of that side. I will be coming to talk about that, my understanding of that. Sufficient, it enables sufficient intensity to be achieved on that site that would assist and discuss being able to deliver economically viable redevelopment options there. So it will close development again, but so yeah, I guess, I mean, our evidence is focused on the, but it doesn't. We do think that the rationale for increasing capacity terrace equally applies. Sorry, we do equally applies to Healthy Terrace. Council don't seem to have engaged with the Healthy Terrace evidence in the same way that they have done so with Glenview. In the business of the battle evidence, if I can take you to that was computer projects available to those. So that deals with the focus regarding from paragraph 9 on the 5, take you to paragraph 16. The council's witnesses referring to policy around neighbourhood institutions. They which set that up. And that reads the scale and nature of activities within neighbourhood centres shall not interact significant adverse community effects on surrounding area and transport networks. Mr. Wallace's evidence is that the proposed bulk communication standards that apply at that site will mitigate and safe issues for joining areas, and that the adverse visual effects such as dominance and scale can be appropriate and managed through administrative activities. The one that I made, something we talked about already, which is the one to be. So, in post house submission, the additional high tech and terrace is not at all that policy council.
That's probably the second discussion, nothing more at this point, but if anything, we'll take the reminder to adopt council time. But for the movie, get that time. Must be. What to do, I shouldn't be but it just comes to me as a prospect.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'll leave Mr. Wallace and to deal with that in terms of what, yeah, and I think that is something that's got out of number of floors I guess we need to enable this more for a supermarket because of that need to provide car parking and also the height you need to get in the same number of is also high for a supermarket because those height ceiling requirements. So those sort of nuances I think that it might not be a clear case of us saying that's going to be. So just in terms of council's second point in the back about the terrace, to drive in contrast to suburban centres, typically being provided supermarket. Neighbourhood centres are expected to have a super rent with a central facility. This distinction ensures that the services provided are scaled appropriately to the size and needs of the local population, promoting convenience without overwhelming the areas of structure, this was the context of the terrace, which involves a supermarket, and you'll be aware from your side that there are a range of services within that centre, pharmacy, the medical centre, a range of food delivery, mechanic, sort of thing. And the other point that I would make here is that the business side of the neighbourhood provides for this site with a range of different types and sizes of business sites, and not all created equal. And of course, in the case of any zone, here we say that you don't need to increase the height across every business that's on site in the city, and we say invites you to make that response. And that it refers or directs you to look at what level of height and intensity is commensurate with the level of community services. Commercial activities within particular community. So going back to my submission, in paragraph 3.5b, where I'm just looking about the range of services that we've covered there above. Moving on to paragraph 26, so that's given an administrative side, and height limit is more appropriate than an 18 height limit. The second is given an 25 benefits we got there. It's greater than 18 in particular, and they have provided for vertical development and increase the likelihood of neighbourhoods being able to economically divided development, providing sufficient parking to reduce the risk of desire to develop along with installability in the short term and will be desirable in the long term. And commission options sure that outside that benefit. So, and we also have right to take short term. Rest of the evidence confirms that 18 meters might accommodate the maximum of 5 stories under this ceiling height, and that's unlikely to be sufficient to deliver an economically viable development option because of the additional cost of the building to that height not being offset by the additional floor area, whereas the buildings that will enable roughly 7 stories, which be more comfortable than things like the additional costs. And finally, the bottom in the open find no reason for rationale for sharing acres for height location. And then I make the point that for that collective and paragraph 3.7, I outline why it is not appropriate to rely on current built form to determine future height. I don't think we need to go further. So, let's begin to the rationale for removing the on page. Simply put, some submissions that they are in this area principle. That's the final section is about financial contributions. I'm not sure if I understand really better opinion on promoting that approach, but in case that they are, paragraphs will A to E, set out why additional approach is problematic. I would also add here that we quite should see the legal submission for another client, Lakes Limited, which is actually the base limited, who also took the same approach, which is financial contributions. And if you have any questions, I will hand over to
You clarify this. Morning. My name is Sam Bernard. I'm the senior development manager of property investment and factory sales North Island. I submitted evidence on in relation to height equality and the terrace as the clients just discussed. I understand that the height and density the council now supports for Glenview, and we consider the same height and density should be applied for the terrace. I guess the rationale around the height, Mr. Ryan's already touched on. It's becoming increasingly harder to get standalone supermarkets to stack up with feasibility due to underlying mango costs and other variables. So the extra height enables different income streams to help these developments become more viable. So the bit more rationale around this is we typically do have a higher floor to ceiling on level one of the supermarket. We typically have mezzanines in there that actually dictate that height for our office workers, and the other part of that is car parking. We typically don't charge rent on car parks for customers, so that's a part of the development that we need to recoup somehow. And by going up, that extra height on that floor gives a revenue for the building of the car park. And we've seen this in a couple of, I guess, we're new into this mixed use space because due to what I've just said, but we've seen this in a couple of developments that we're looking to try to get off the ground in Auckland, and we Dominion Road being one height that we lost during the consenting process. That's a lot of stress on that big building due to the underground car park trying to have 200 car customers and getting no return on that. So as I mentioned before, then the return is on the extra height that revenue from whether it's apartments or office or whatever it may be.
what is that about?
I think it was 23.5 meters. Yeah.
And is it 3 or 4 meters?
That's the reduced height.
That's reduced.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. I think that concludes my evidence. So if you have any questions, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Goddard. Just on the Dominion Road example, so that's the sort of first example because of this legislation in Auckland and elsewhere where you're trying to do the residential.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah, does it look like it's not going to work with the residents? You said it's feasibility is now stressed. So that's an ongoing still looking at the numbers, or do you think it's really not?
We're still looking at the numbers and just coming up with plans, but it becomes harder. Yeah, essentially, not off the external result, which the large damage required to make it feasible. And look, we are new into the mixed use things, and typically we would partner with someone, a development partner who requires that revenue as well. So that's it.
makes it hard to sell.
Doesn't that apply from the community road?
I don't think it does. There's no way they are control it, so, you know. Just for, just for clarification, the was between during maybe reduced fire storage fire during that process.
Not sure what the final plan was, but I'm gonna do something, this thing to three and a half.
So it's stored in a allocation.
There was a height period over the site because of the contour of the land, and then, from, and all the fire stories across the site as lodged, that sort of, and you can see that, and the,
I guess without getting into detail, there was 4 blocks in one, yeah.
and through the consuming process, basically, and fire story was based on, the top block, so.
It has a special character. It's like in section 12, but we read that much about that section that fire.
But I like what original, interested in the lack of viability of supermarkets. I'm concerned about that sort of like across the board. When you build a supermarket, it does make you viable.
Oh, I see. Well, good question. So it depends on a whole bunch of aspects, right? Regional, areas and land prices and construction and farming. It's just getting harder and harder. And then, I guess, Auckland, people, Hamilton land prices are going that way, too. So it's just, we've got to look at new ways of how we construct it, and we'll be part on it. Yeah.
I'm just going to skip through my material ready. Doesn't seem to be easy. She just I'll just identify some of the benefits. In effect, we're asking for increased height in the centre. From an economic perspective, that is location for an efficient location, that's probably quite high. Flexibility for development to occur. Just touching on that discussion there, a concern, supermarkets are critical anchor stores for centres. We've got a lot of population growth in and around these centres. We don't provide flexibility for the supermarkets in the centre. We are likely to see it go, which would be an economic, the inefficient outcome, and it would come some significant economic costs. I presented some work, a little bit of analysis at the University of here in Auckland, and over the next 20 to 25 years, a growth in the market requires in the order of 70 to 75 new supermarkets. And the question was, where? They could either go to standalone locations or go on to industrial zone site, which seems to be the trick at the moment because it's just limited opportunity available. But we need to provide the opportunity and flexibility for supermarkets to stay in the centre for us to leave to actually better serve that community. And that will come to significant cost to the network as a whole and the centre for the supermarket. So it's just an overall concern I have. We're not, and it's similar to retirement villages. We need a huge amount of retirement villages, and they need 8 to 10 sites. Like full intensive care retirement village. Well, that was not lying around these cities. They've been, but that landhold has been consumed and developed the last 20 to 30 years. So those higher levels, where in these places they're critical for the community, and how we got how our district plans dealing with delivering these central stores, for instance, over the next 20 to 30 years. So just that in mind. So
In Auckland, I've seen development, but we've seen it development of small metro.
Yeah.
That's, have you done analysis of as to how those are developing? What's the largest supermarket, for example?
it depends on the market where that thing is going. And then those sort of types of proportions of the total use will be developed as to relatives. The most efficient way, Sam, correct me if I'm wrong, but the most efficient way to service a market is the one store and biggest store to get all the product lines available in one spot, rather than have to scatter that small metro market.
I accept from the supermarket. Rather than one, that's
Yeah.
correct.
Yeah.
I'm just involved.
Yeah, and so I think, you know, the focus should be trying to facilitate and encourage and to keep these stores and centres where we can. And TV Terrace is a good example where there's significant uplift in residential capacity around the centre. That's going to, over time, increase demand, particularly in the water capacity of the centre. The store that's there now is simply not going to be sufficient to service that market in the future. What can we do to help encourage and facilitate that to stay and help provide flexibility for the development of housing? That's sort of up really my whole economic evidence is what is the economic cost of going a bit higher than the surrounding? There could be some, I identified some of my evidence in terms of there could be some vacancy, but these are all sort of economic issues that can be dealt with appropriate with design and planning provisions. So from an economic perspective, there's no real disbenefit to increasing the height of 26 metres to provide that flexibility and Sam and Alex raised good points. The stud height of the ground level for a supermarket is significantly higher than other commercial residential. So you can't just go over by 3.5 to get the level. This is 6, 7, 8 metres in some instances. So the levels within a development of 26 metres for a supermarket to create that are significantly lower.
I'm assuming. I think I saw, maybe in Scotland, have you got a sort of an exploded, for a supermarket in terms of floor heights? And sort of global scale, indicational model, what a supermarket will couple of underground power plants, so on, we've got that. No, I've seen it somewhere else. That's not every, so we can probably get there, for example, many road plans. I mean, just a typical section of, section, with the heights just to give us an indication.
No, that's all right. So, I think I could. It's pretty laid out. There's it's nothing too much there. Development of people. But I'm just here to take questions.
Part of the argument for the high, conservation of policy 3D, the important words there about the, floor space and height, etc., being a measure of population growth around it. The Glenview, I think the argument's very well made through the growth of pool piles. I think I really couldn't see any support that you enumerated for the growth around it. And obviously I can look at the zone. I can see that there are some medium piles up in terrace. Location supermarket, not political, but definitely there.
Yeah.
But and I appreciate that we're looking at matching that commensurate in this future match, future growth. But I was looking for something more in the way of support for, you know, what was the growth like? If you're looking at what's the future population of that medium density, and other activities around there to support
Yeah, no, you're right, I didn't do a number of exercise. But that, what I'm looking from the Eaton Terrace perspective is why not? In terms of, you need flexibility, you want to maintain a certain, you've got to have your own growth surrounding area. If the store expands, then the catchment will expand as well, rather than just be local. It's significantly very well located next to Stonesbroke and city centre. So on good public transport networks, there's so much in favour of providing the flexibility. And the other one was, it's the centres at the heart of that community, and we can't, with the medium density of 18 metres, we can't just have it flat. In my view, we can't have it flat. I think over the whole lot, we need to give some elevation, flexibility, increase height in the city centre, sorry, in the Eaton Terrace centre. So that you have a sort of allowing CBDs at the top, and then you work back out to the centre. So I think the increased height there is warranted just from an efficient planning perspective to encourage and facilitate consolidation, densification in appropriate locations. And if there is residential above a supermarket sanitation feature, then that's a more efficient location for residential densification than it is on the outskirts of medium density zone. So I don't see any material economic cost, especially from the cost of buying.
Right, the other aspect of the increased height that's been sought is that I thought that the measure again was to additional commercial functions or on a centre matching the population. But what I'm hearing is that extra height is mostly just for residential.
Oh, no, there's example. There's no plan I'm aware of that it's done. Increase in population of the community, increase not just retail demand, there's commercial services demand, professional services demand, community services, recreation areas, etc. So that space above a development of this particular location could be residential, could be commercial services, office activities. So there's a range of activities that could go. I wouldn't say they retail would need to be a ground level, but it's not a function to go there.
I will get into the supermarket competition argument. I'm just interested in terms of where the nearest other supermarkets are around, say, I mean, so other supermarkets in close proximity, what's the distribution within that catchment? Yes, yeah. I mean, it'd be interesting. Maybe you could float other charts.
Yeah, I think. Look, absolutely. Yeah, that's very good. Good see.
Well,
Oh, I was actually, I just got rid of that, so I can't be the closest market. I was Mr. Willis covered.
We're also partnering with Design Partner Associates, provided evidence support of food stuff submission. That evidence really has been really focused on food stuff sites that tips. So in terms of the height and density, Glenview, obviously there's been some sort of narrowing and different council with support now for that more height limit. In my evidence in chief, I set out a number of reasons why I thought that was appropriate given the general strategic context of Glenview and what I consider to be any notable absence of urban design effects associated with that increased height. In terms of Beefy Terrace, obviously no changes were proposed as a result of the evidence. I continue to support that increase in height, given its central location close to the city centre, crossroads, Broadlands, as well as its location within a wide area of medium to high density residential intensification. In my evidence in shape. I addressed several of the urban design issues raised in the evidence of council experts around lower height limits, and that's paragraph 3.5. I addressed each of those issues raised. I didn't think they were indeed an adverse effect or an issue. Particularly, I noticed there were some concerns around the general potential appearance of taller buildings in amongst smaller buildings. And as I mentioned, that's an entirely normal situation in an urban environment. We can walk out the front door here, we see a single story shopping centre next to the tall council building. Tall buildings, short buildings are naturally what happens in terms of the way our planning frameworks work. It's not a requirement to build to the maximum, so even required for 18, 20 metres, someone can still build a 3 or 4 metre building. It's over to them, so I don't think that's an adverse effect that seeking to manage through maximum building heights. Moving to the FAR issue, so I listened to some of the discussion you had with Kara around the FAR review, the rebuttal evidence and the additional modelling. It wasn't quite clear to me how that modelling has been used to inform the numbers recommended to you. My understanding was there was a minimum FAR based on a number of controls and a maximum FAR based on largely no controls, and then a number in between that have just been picked. So it's not quite clear to me what the purpose of it is, how it's been formed. I'll probably add to that, I can't find any clear policy basis for what the plan is trying to tell me in terms of the design outcomes for the FAR control at all. There's nothing clear in the objective policies. I did a hypothetical situation in my mind where what if we were to infringe an FAR control? How do we go about assessing that in the design terms? So you will be aware that you're directed back to Appendix A, 1.3. There's matters of discretion and assessment criteria. There's nothing specific for FAR infringements. It just defaults back to what we would be assessing for new buildings anyway. And within that section, there is quite an exhaustive list of matters covering building maps, form, external appearance, relationship with neighbouring sites. There's all these types of issues which are captured as part of a general resource consent and design review for restricted discretionary activity anyway. So, in my opinion, that's a more appropriate way of going about assessing scale and impacts of development. Setting that kind of broader envelope through height and setbacks provides some certainty in terms of community and neighbours of what could happen. But I think once you've got that established, I don't see anything that the FAR adds other than to limit development potential or limit design feasibility. So in that sense, I don't think it's necessary. It's certainly not, in my opinion, the most efficient of urban design terms. And I guess just reflecting on other approaches, various IPIs involved in providing evidence in the Wellington IPI, where they said essentially FAR is a completely redundant tool, and then they're not really a valid approach now with the IPI process and the NDSUD. They largely don't exist in Auckland. They've been mostly removed from the city centre in terms of council plan proposal, and they're being kept in for very specific matters around transport infrastructure heritage at the moment. So none of those types of issues have been expressed in any of the evidence or any of the reporting to date. And I know that there was a suggestion in the rebuttal evidence of Dr. Kara that it's needed in the absence of a building coverage rule. I haven't found any analysis of what would happen if you apply a building coverage rule instead in a centre zone, or whether that would be more appropriate. So I think it's really it's potentially problematic in the future, and I know we've had some discussions already around would this be development on sites or would it have this impediment. It possibly might not, we have got to, but I've been involved in quite a few consents, especially in Auckland city centre where they still have that FAR regime, and basically most consents infringe FAR controls in some manner or shape. It's going to be very site specific in terms of what we're actually seeking to accomplish on the site. It's hard at this stage to go yes or no. It will be a hard barrier, but it is something which is regularly infringed in an Auckland context, and
and at least in that context, there's a lot more specificity in terms of what you might consider in terms of that assessment, which I don't believe exists within the book. So for that reason, I think any kind of urban design effects from more intensive buildings are more than adequately covered, and the FAR controls. So that's all I had to speak to you today. So thank you for taking questions. I'm just on the FAR. My understanding of the rules of the duty in the central public is that they within the permitted bylaw, they encourage you to go higher as opposed to, they encourage you to go for a tall and slender building as opposed to a big squat building and the usage of the public floor spaces that's permitted. Do you think that in a suburban scenario that's not appropriate? Well, how would you describe the sort of the utility of the FAR here?
Well, it's probably very different in a situation where you are anticipating or enabling tower type development. Here we're still enabling 26 metres is still more mid-rise in terms of overall scale, in terms of the types of building forms that you're likely to see. You're likely to see longer, squattier buildings just because you've got that height level already, and that's probably going to be a more efficient way to develop the site in terms of getting this yield of housing. So in that sense, I don't think that rationale is entirely relevant in terms of the heights that we're talking about with the likes of your terrace. And in saying that, that rationale that you just there's nobody within the plan that suggests that's the purpose control as well. So, that's why the other issue of the way it's being set out.
I agree with Chairman's request for just a very simple documentation procedure that incorporates the other controls to do it. Just a very small yard in relation to the residential next door. Just to see how that pans out in terms of the 26 metres that you're looking for. I mean, in terms of that 26 metres, the one someone else but talked about the lack of viability of the 3 to 4, including the extra height for the functional nature of the supermarket or the car park. Do you need to go to 26?
That's the hard one. Just what I talk about. It's very site specific. There's a whole bunch of factors that are going to influence that exact level that you need to go to much make it work. I think we've seen, there are some examples that we provided the evidence in terms of the best example of that Alexandra Park redevelopment where they incorporated fresh choice at the ground floor, and I think that was close to 32 metres, I think, in terms of that. It's going to be very specific in terms of the size of the supermarket, car park, and the actual residential product that we want to sell off. So the cost of the unit sort of sell off the market you're targeting. So there's a whole bunch of variables which I can't say that yes, 26 is the magic number to make it work. But I think the general principle of more the detail in terms of that design flexibility and options to explore that is
I'm not sure whether it's going to be design, but in terms of the zoning, we've got wind view and living terrace, and they're both in different zones. One is urban and one's neighbourhood. But it seems that the length in terms of the height being sort of the same. Just sort of thinking about, centre hierarchy and that sort of thing. Is that appropriate in your view?
Yes, it would be, because it's not necessarily just about height, because when we're talking about height, especially the heavy terrace, we are thinking more about residential development. When you look through the provisions of the business zone, there is a plethora of other controls around restrictions on the size of retail units, size of activity status relating to supermarkets. So there's a whole bunch of other controls around both typical commercial activities which would occur, which would still apply in addition to the height, which gives effect to the sentence hierarchy as well. So I think there are other ways that is controlled through the plan. That-
Can I add one, 2 cents on it? I think we need to be thinking not what it is now, what should be in the future. So, this is a neighbourhood centre, so a lot of growth around it. It's going through from the city centre, so it's efficiently located. I don't think it should be treated like a neighbourhood centre way up in the fringe of Hamilton. It's got a lot more strategic location advantages, and efficiency that can be generated with that high provision. Just because we call it a neighbourhood we're looking for, I know it seems it's irrelevant to its location. And its location in this instance, really efficient for some densification. So I think it's, it would represent a level of flexibility in that sense that would add some advantages to the neighbourhood.
So, in terms of the legal item, that the should be based on the policy 3D, commensurate rather than the label that's applied.
Yeah, they would be the definition that I would make. The policy three is directed them to undertake a very specific analysis and this is the beach that I think recognises that different responses will be appropriate for different centres which have different contexts. And we say, yeah.
So the height of the fixed is just specialised for that centre, it's not a zone-wide, yes, yeah. For this particular characteristic, what's commensurate here, which we use that some of those characteristics that it's zone.
I'm pushing a bit further with the on what you feel with the centre being in 25 years' time. You're not seeing it as a neighbourhood centre, staying in the neighbourhood centre like town, but you're seeing it.
Yeah, I think potentially over time, if you go up with the local centre type states, getting back through people with that, this is 15 years, 25 years, we think it's up to the market. And that occurring, but I would, excuse me, I have no problem if that centre elevated to a local centre within the next 20 to 30 years. For representing efficiency, because it would mean that you're getting intensification in and around the centre, you know, it's looking so well located.
No, we're going to respond to these one issues, so we want to move the file in the heart. Obviously, so you're with that. If we were relaxed or remove the FAR.
I think, well, for the heating areas, it's probably more problematic because the site is more constrained in terms of across the whole set, not just the booster site, but it's it's narrower. You've got awkward boundaries. You've got that height relation to boundary control applied from the residential, all sorts of things. So you're a bit more constrained naturally there. So that interplay between height relation to boundary and height becomes a bit more an issue, which doesn't really exist in PNU, just in that context. So I think there's a few more challenges with development at Healy Terrace that needs to be considered. I haven't done any kind of super detailed model other than that shading model included within my evidence, but there's definitely more constraints for Healy Terrace such that.
So those are regardless.
Yeah.
Right.
I will now from this too. Good morning. So my name is Lisa Key and I'm a senior associate at Barton Associates. That would be the state evidence. Yeah, conscious that a lot of the topics introduced quite well, so we try not to add relevant to that. I will
skip through this.
I mean, I'm happy to just
Jump.
on with the conversation. we've had.
Right. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I suppose I just, yeah, you're aware of what the additional height was receiving for the criteria. And then yeah, it's just in general as well, supporting the additional height. Clean view, making sure that it's, and then we've obviously got, yeah, we've just got policies. Yeah, so this is again, touching on that, yeah, I just also agree with the previous witnesses that it feels like it will be a significant missed opportunity, and that if the height isn't increased, just, get that, achieving that policy three, which we've already traversed, and that, yeah, just again, taking that long-term view, over the 20, 30 years, to get that additional height, and again, supporting the removal of the FEIR standards. I've worked across a number of different councils, New Zealand, Australia, UK, very few of those plans that I worked across had, also ratios on, we had them in Sydney, of the residential sort of low density homes. So they just don't feel necessary. I've never come across the height relation boundary, the height, the setbacks controls all cover really well. You know, councils are always need to make sure that the design, as long as the backing and the policy, objectives and policies and the set criteria is there, there's no reason to have those controls. But yeah, happy to take questions.
Just in your, primary the way we say food stuff submission, not like written, it's still avoiding and food provision.
Yeah.
Did that include the part, there was no, evidence?
No, so I didn't actually hear the original submission done, but note that it wasn't specifically referenced. So I guess our doubts, although it wasn't specifically that standard, wasn't specifically referenced, it's sort of an outcome that's come from seeking the additional height to have the additional layouts. And obviously we saw that councils, you know, evidence that came through as well. They increased the height, they hadn't initially increased the layouts, and that came through, they've adjusted those up as well. So it's just
The councils adjust these layouts.
no, exactly, they increased. Yeah.
So did you consider that of the layout with the council?
Maybe it's a really good question. I think that in my submission, I think policy 3D, which, yeah, for the purpose of the plan change is for the reach to what up to the policy 3. Policy 3D is talking about height and density. You know, if they are controls, controls and intensity, but I think that absolutely, removal of that is a natural consequence of the increase in the height. I haven't included in detail to understand how to pull your permission from final order in terms of the so I can come back to you on that. The 3 weeks of submissions on weight. I guess the other point that I would make is what unusual about this process in terms of legal praise. Your you to make recommendations that are submissions, provided with the within scope of plan change. And we would say that they are, and if you have a concern that there is not something seeking that will be, we would encourage you to do that. Take advantage of that.
I was just looking at your, section on the, relevant policy framework. The only, sort of policy that you look at as a national policy, on the development, actually referred to the design of the land. Is made of consent at all. Do you think that the policies of the design are relevant? Into what label it, centre is required?
which is thrown in the
Yeah, do you think the design is relevant consideration in terms of what the centre needs to be providing for its local population?
Yes, it's appropriate at this point in time of land use here. It's a 10-year plan, so that's relevant at this point in time. So, as we're moving to that plan, it's in the future.
Because there's not too many policies, they're involved in the centres, but the key focus to do with is that centre meets the day-to-day needs of the immediate neighbourhood. But we seem to be getting different messages, so I'll just put that aside and look at the increase security and say, I only provide a whole lot more. Whereas that's what the zoning of the land is. And so I'm just struggling with the potential.
Yeah, I guess it's actually the wording immediate neighbourhood is that. Doesn't say existing neighbourhood. So could immediate, you know, the planned future for that growth in the area within this neighbourhood. It doesn't talk keeping that growth at that point in time.
I don't hear any great urgency and the desire for the increased height, extra conditions growth from the stuff property, rather than something that really to have and know that you've got there, so take advantage of it at the appropriate time. I mean, if that appropriate time starts in the future, could I suggest to you that this plan, better approach would be to reconsider the zoning centre, including the land around immediately around it. It's not very large in the way of design area. And in fact, as Mr. Heath suggests, suggests that we would see growth in the centre in a different form in the future. And if that form is to be properly planned out, then maybe a plan change would be a better way to go and think about additional parts at that time.
I think it comes back to the process we're in now, where I'm taking careful look at the MPSUD and the objectives now, and it falls back to what policy 3D, which refers to neighbourhoods, is about commensurate. It's set out in my evidence. So that's the approach that I'll use that through that lens, with this whole identification change. And so then consider that this is a good time to be given consideration, because you can take it across the, you know, not just looking if you did a private plan change, look at that particular site or the whole town centre. You're also looking at what's a wider view of what's the intensification of the plan change that was proposed for the area, and to know that surrounding areas to go up to 8 metres. It's not all going to happen at once, but it's not foreclosing that. I don't know what the stuff's time frames are for that on that site. But if there was to be, you know, growth in that area in the next 5 years. It's not to say that they might not look to do that work. And yeah, short time, right, and the covenants and things like that.
So can I just confirm that? Interesting thought. In terms of 623, which is the executive policy, neighbourhood centre school planning advice, is that we should set that alongside, because effectively it doesn't fit. It's very clear in the explanation, so the neighbourhood centre is not substantial, but then what we're talking about, so curious.
Yeah, I mean, you've sort of got a situation here where it, yeah, we've got the zoning as a neighbourhood centre, it's feeling like it's slightly elevated above that because we're location, it's veering towards a little development. We've got the zoning as it is, we didn't change the zoning, that's not what I changed. So yeah, we are where we are. But I guess,
But I you would agree with you in the actual fact, what we're talking about, that's not clear.
Yeah.
Profound.
Yeah.
I'll just, I guess, the first point is that if you look at the descriptions of the name, even as it is existing, it's sort of sitting somewhere between those two sentences, I think. But putting it to one side, like the perspective, you're required to the extent that there's conflict between what's required by policy 3D and what is required by the zone policy, the state precedents. I'd also make the point that these zone policies are put in place before prior to notification of the UCD. So in my submission, while they're relevant to an extent, to the extent that they conflict with the UCD.
We'll leave that, but we should say so.
The last point I was going to make was just, necessarily we said quickly prepare a supermarket map. But if I just point out here, well, and we can circulate that to you, but while we're here, I can show you on the first. Okay. I understand that on the western side of the river, it's not. Works as soon as we get on the screen. Am I able to get up and point to it? Yeah. I won't. Okay, so there is a Woolworths at Claudeland, so just here. And then there is a Foursquare down in Hillcrest, somewhere over here. And then the rest of the supermarkets are all on there's a Countdown right up in Chartwell, and then otherwise they're all on the eastern, the western side of the river. So there's not that many.
I mean, maybe if you put some spot on it.
And we will also give you that cross section. Okay, that's all I can say. So thank you.
Yeah, no, I think it's everyone. You guys are.
Go away again. Now, we understand that there's some problems with people hearing. There's a problem with hearing the volume, so it's fine. Speaking more loudly than they might be accustomed to that. So, nice to see you again, Ms. Galloway. We're almost as regular on these things as we are. Right.
But have we got much longer?
So, I'm not respecting you, but,
Also, yes, I do recognise it's very hard to actually hear at the back of the room. It's quite difficult. If I'm not loud enough, just yell back at me. Tēnā koutou katoa. My name is Laura Callaway and I'm a heritage consultant and I'm here on behalf of the Waikato Heritage Group. For the commissioners, that Winfrey will be aware that the group has also been participating in PCI, which deals with a major 25-year review of historic heritage district framework. I would like to also state that as we progress through PC9, there's been a lot of learnings. There's been an incredible amount of work put in by many people, and I think the process that's been made to date is, I could say exceptional in terms of time frame and the complexities of what's been produced. I would, however, though, recognise that within the major review of historic heritage, which is impacted by PC12, that one party has not had their voice heard, and that is Hapu and Iwi. And so for historic heritage to progress, I think it's unfortunate that it is the 12 stage. This voice is not within that understanding. It may, in my view, impact on the way we actually see historic heritage, but also because it's likely to be science and tomorrow, there is potentially different constructs. And of course, this intensification that's happening in that place. But I understand this. Rather than actually speak to my evidence, which I'm sure you've read, I would just like to highlight a couple of aspects. I think first, while it's now silent, it's still worth speaking to, and that is the consideration of character. Character is a qualifying matter. I think there was the opportunity in option C to actually consider what had taken place under Waipawa intensification program, and also to reflect on what was stated early on in the 12 is that character had been perhaps mistakenly and to a degree removed, but in that absence of no character over an entire city. It's now 160 years old. And so going forward, in my view, that it would be unlikely that something like Portland's West would come to the forefront again as a character area because of the degree of change that it's likely by people such as Dr. David, noting that Portland's West is our oldest character area dating back some 20 years. Also there because of the intensification that happened to that particular area, some learnings that go with that. And so, in my mind, we're now left with a vacuum in between what we've got in our communities, people's understanding of character, of which we'll use the mission on, and historic heritage. I think in my view it's a political opportunity, and there will potentially be a number of places that through Ms. Hall's work which was done in the knowledge of these 12 and in the knowledge of these 9, of course, and analyses these character areas. The work that they relied on from this to not, strong focus on character. That work is sitting there, but it hasn't been embedded, transferred, or what my view actually reconsidered for its importance and pulling forward into PC 12, where character becomes, in my view, fairly essential to retaining identity in the process of rapid and rather extensive the areas that concern historic heritage do walk between a number of the different chapters, but in my view, the two critical ones will be we are in chapter 19, which is currently being approved, and chapter 25, where subdivisions. In my view, I think perhaps the analysis of the impact of intensification and how change is managed within what were and still are character areas hasn't perhaps been brought to the forefront to actually show some of the impact of the existing controls in those places and Frampton Railway ones. It is pleasing to see, however, that that's been progressed in the historic heritage area. With that particular example, it's been critical in my view to hold the heritage values by ensuring that there's clear understanding of what the minimum lot size is, which is an essential ingredient in a historic heritage area. And this translates to some of the other historic areas as well, is that we've got primarily a house within a reasonably large section like those standards. And it's this pattern that is essential in the government historic heritage areas that are proposed, but it's identifiable easily within the Frampton Village. In the time since 1991, so when the district plan was picked this up as a character area, there has been development and change within that segment. That includes pulling in additional houses from the outside, there's replication of houses, there's been lots of houses, and there's also been subdivision. And so there are existing houses in the historic cluster of houses that demonstrate the change in pattern that may take place when you just have character involvement. So this, in my view, leads to the issue which I've identified between chapter 19 and chapter 25, where it becomes important, in my view, to actually look at what is the baseline that you would expect in a lot area in the historic heritage area. And in the railway village, sections around about 720, they're all quite regular. The pattern is definitely a small 3-bedroom house sitting in a large section. The same would apply in case pattern with a similar government pattern. So if you look then towards what you might want to do, what, for instance, if you've got an empty section, and you say, well, I look at what I might be able to do, and you look at what's in there, and I would note that it's a little bit confusing, and there seems to be a little bit of disparity, not sure it's disparity, but a little bit of disconnect. So the proposal now under the subdivisional component for HHAs is to take them out as an exception. So if you take them out as an exception under the junior residential zone, you then assume, you look back to chapter 19, look to see where is the additional data price, what you would actually expect. And I think in the changes that have taken place just recently, you go back into 19.4, and you see that everything's been cancelled out apart from a single dwelling and sort of. But I would say that in the current operative district came into character, and going forward, it would be much better, we went back to that earlier and process and looked at what is that, sure it's called standard, so I'm not a planner, what should be that baseline consideration. And I think there should still be within that table in 19.4, one house and what is that minimum lot area that's standard. I think this could be applied to each of the HHAs. The evidence is sitting within the statements of significance. For the state ones, former state ones, it's a little bit easier, they're very consistent. For the others, an averaging of original, that data is actually sitting there. And I think that would be helpful going forward, so that both the planner's assessment and the owners have a greater understanding of what the importance is. But also then going forward, what is the potential if, for instance, they're looking to add something onto the site or they're looking to actually subdivide. I think at the moment it seems like there's no sort of clear pathway on this. And for historic heritage, it's actually in the detail that becomes important as to how we hold those heritage values. So at the moment, there is a vacant section to the railway settlement. Beside it sits two houses, and at the back an industrial site. The two houses beside it are railway in the front, but they've been subdivided and we have new modern houses, one relocated, old house on the back of them. I would think that if you're coming in or purchasing that property or looking to see what you could actually do, or also agree with the planner, you would then say, well, under this information that tells me that the underlying zone is general residential, there's an exemption, so the 900 minimum lot doesn't actually apply. So what applies? And that's where I think that need to actually have greater control is actually missing. So does this mean I could potentially put multiple things on the site, multiple dwellings, but I've got two dwellings? And as my understanding of planning is, look future proof. You look to the future, you look to the fact that what we're looking at is enabling. And so it wouldn't be unrealistic to think that there'd be an anticipation possible to put two houses actually. There would be room because a railway house pulled in from somewhere else where we're struggling to find the new states, or a greater integrated development. To me, it's quite important that the historic heritage areas have clarity of that minimum lot size. And so I would ask that we retreat and refine and make it clearer this minimum lot section.
So just on that, you have both sets of control, and you suggesting that each of the HHAs which have quite different historical characteristics and sizes as you well aware of the time. So there's go down that track, so that's a guide that we need to follow and put a number in for each HHA. Or simply rely on the criteria that says if you are subdividing or putting new costs within an HHA. Make sure to respect historic.
I think the section for the second option is too early for all parties to believe integrating the specification in its actual plan. And on a case-by-case basis, it needs to be, become something where it's a standing practice to say that two onto one side. And there's a opportunity that may take place or may not take place. I think if you look back to what we had, we've now had almost 30 years of special character, of which Portland is the example. If you look at the existing operating plan, the three character overlays, railway, haze, and Portland, have this already set as a consequence that's set against it. It seems to me easy enough to tabulate to get clarity. And also to not then rely on, wider district plan when part of the purpose is to try and translate through to traits. So that is probably pretty much what I was wanting to say. That's convenient. I do know that the PC12 process still has to go forward. Interesting to see what happens there. I would assume that there's going to be a greater degree of integration. If there's some time to actually do that. It's the non-PC12. Good luck on
I'll let you know if you goes. Tell us when you think that's been done. Once again, thank you.
Thank you very much for your time. So well,
We'll take one more and then we'll have the morning break. Alan Gray.
here is Alice ears because he has hearing loss and people can see him at home. So again,
Mr. Brainerd, we got your material last night and we have read it, so we don't need to read it word for word, but just of course.
Mana, Inaweo, Tena Koto, Mate, Aira, Hanga Ora, Tena Koto. Ikini Tuhatia, Aira. Iquini, Narawai Hono Ichipo, Tena Koto. Inaiu Yochimoto, Tena Koto, Tena Koto, Tena Koto. E whare tūnei, tēnā koe. E nā kai whakahaere mātua o independent hearing panel. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Ko Alan Brainerd aha. My name is Alan Brainerd. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today about my submission, which is numbered record 677970924. And also for the opportunity as part of the hearing process to table a statement with you, and acknowledgement of that, which is in support of that submission. I'm here today as a private citizen, representing a relevant area of government. While I'm the person speaking today, the content of the statement provided to you is the result of input and contribution by a number of people within our local community and support from them. And some of the people have contributed out here today. So this will be acknowledged support as well. So let's move on to that, and thank you. I will, not verbatim speak to the statement. I want to make a few points. I think the key thing is in the original submission, which, as you'll be aware, followed a very templated process. There was the invitation to comment on a number of matters and link with a number of people, and in the middle of all that, to make a statement which is, what decision do you seek from the council? And I wrote a statement, and that's really what I want to focus on today, and what the statement is all about. And that statement, as it was then, was and remains, I seek that the area along the historic riverbank in Beresford be designated general residential, not medium density residential. And that this includes all of Artillery Avenue and Street and Beresford Road itself. So this request still stands. The hearing process has moved on, and today we're here, and we use the, as commissioners, fulfilling your responsibilities as articulated in the initial statement to all concerned. And so, in the language of your group, what we now want to do is make a very specific request to you. Very specific request to you, is that we ask you to accept that submission and to include it in your recommendations to the Hamilton City Council. Now, in my statement to you, I have elaborated that the description of the original submission in two ways. One is in a narrative form, so you can see it's got a geographic sweep, and then also, and the reason for that is that some of the areas that we're concerned about that have been painted a light blue don't actually have street names, but are all part of the essential nature of related to the submission and the goal of it. I've also provided you with a map of the area. I don't have the full digital with stuff here. Apologies for that. A map of the area very clearly outlining. So I want to speak to that a little bit.
But in person, but I just ask, in terms of, I'm assuming that blue line is supposed to follow the road, and it's got a wee bit of a wall on it.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Well, the statement is a little bit limited by my current availability of fingers, and so that's my best effort. But essentially, yes, to that point. To that point really is that we go back step. So yes, and the point will become evident when we'll say a little bit more about the goal here of the purpose of it. But essentially, the other thing to say, which is not probably evident from the map, and if you're not familiar with this particular part of the city, because the map is fine, but it's really one-dimensional. So it suggests, if you look at it, that that's all flat land, same as you've just been looking at around the terrace. It isn't. It isn't. That part of the city is actually intimately tied to the river. It starts at one end, and either end of Artillery Avenue is a slope like that, and it drops down from the top of what would be the historic riverbank along Beresford Road, down, and Street. As you may know, it's probably no more than 2 meters above the current level of the river itself. So it's all scooped out. Some, nature is taking a big ice cream scoop and scoop it out. And that's highly relevant to the points. So, the submission provided us with the opportunity to say what. And really the statement whatever level of evidence is considered acceptable by a private citizen. What that speaks to is that there are a number of reasons why you should accept this issue. As said, I'm not going to go right through that page by page. The key thing here that we start with is, given that this is all about Plan Change 12, that's the reference point that we started from. And what we note in that, and then we particularly see referred to the statement of evidence by Dr. David, who has gone through the legislative basis of the council's approach to that, and introduced the primacy of the legislative planning principle, which is known in the long form as Te Ture Whainana, or Te Awa or Waka, or TTW for short, and has asserted, or considered, Standing must be an expert witness, so we have to follow along on the coattails of that. And what we want to do here with this submission is to assert that the pushback on what otherwise would be a blanket application of medium density residential zoning across the board, the pushback that the council has applied in creating a Change 12 applies very equally and specifically to the area of an extension, because it is intimately tied to the river. And then when you take that principle and start to unpack it, as has been done by other speakers before me, you understand that this isn't just a matter of something abstract. This principle is actually about ensuring a betterment of the river. Indeed, it's actually about ensuring that protection and restoration. And this has been something that's been in place in this planning legislative sense for a decade, and clearly, as I say, the intent of that, the goal of it, the purpose, the vision of that has been in place for many decades before that. In fact, you'd actually probably say you find references that it's been in place for 1,000 years. Once you take that approach, you realise there are a number of factors that are relevant to this need. And I'll just mention a few. The area that we're talking about includes land which is immediately adjacent to the river and has already been subject to forms of river protection, engineering forms of river protection. When you look at it, this whole area is actually a natural drainage zone. It's a sponge. Geologically, the soil is light, and there is water running in several places at any time of the day and most times of the year. You could walk in Aratunga and you can see water running down the gutter, and it's not related to any pipe leakages or people don't really have a sprinkler running. It's simply that springs come to the surface and pour out water. As you will have seen from in the submission, I've given you a little image of the flooding map, which is provided by the Waikato Commission Council, and you'll see that there are a number of instances in which there's levels of flooding occurring, and this is not just your 100-year or 1,000-year. This is things that happen pretty much all through the year. And while we're talking about that, two other points. Firstly, there are at least two significant tributaries to the river, which are by the definition of the river, inclusive of that, which are key, which need to be recognised and certainly not disrupted in order for this whole area to work well. And secondly, coming the other way, as I was observed in the statement, there regularly is flooding occurring where the river rises, not only because water's been involved in Karabira, but particularly in the winter or when there are storms, the river will rise and the river trail is closed. We've seen the river come right up to the road in Main Street, and as I've observed, others who've been there long enough have experienced water coming into the basements of the properties in Main Street. On the locations exactly that have been painted likely for medium density residential development. The banks themselves are already known to be unstable. This is giving you an example of something that we personally experienced. However, you only need to read a number of reports going back over a long period of time by engineering companies who investigated all this, not only in our area, but up and down whole river bank. And therefore, it seems to us to make no good sense to actually then allow for medium density residential development on those banks, which is along the non-riverside of Aotearoa Avenue, which most of which sits, pretty much there's a piece of flat land that proposed to be built on, and there's the bank. And the reason that I've included Beresford Road in there, or at the very least, that kind of development that sits at the top of the riverbank, it would seem to us logical that the intensification up there would not be in anybody's best interest with that terms of the geography, the geology, the developmental cost, or indeed the risk to the city council or the neighbouring properties. And we really only have to reflect back to images that we saw of properties in our neighbouring city to the north to see what the undermining of the bank can produce in terms of houses and hills on the hillside, looking like they're going to drop in any minute down onto the north. So, as I said, these are I'm making these as statements as a citizen, but these are not conjectures or simple simplistic abstractions in any way. These are based on what we consider to be reputable sources of information, which I've cited before. I think the other part that I want to just emphasise is that once you open the lid on this primary principle, I invite you to think about all of the effort and all of the investment and all of the policy development that has gone on over several decades, undertaken by this council, undertaken by adjoining councils, undertaken by the Waikato Regional Authority, with consistent input from Tony Whenua, and in more recent times, establishments for the Waikato River Authority, to actually develop that whole river area as a place in which all aspects of the river are taken into consideration and actually are treasured. And I mentioned a number of these in the statement. They include social and amenity values. They include historic cultural values that you see in the establishment of the reserves. Matakanohi Reserve in particular, which has value across all of those, and Street Reserve, which actually was first established in 1951, which when you think about it, would have to say that has a jury value, and its value that we will propose is not something that should actually be degraded. And to be clear, just to hit something off, this isn't a simple NIMBY proposition. This is the simple NIMBY submission. These areas are used by hundreds of people, hundreds of citizens of Hamilton City, and probably further up in building areas who, for instance, will come to events that occur on this riverbank. We use the river trail daily and weekends. You know, it's a very popular place to see all sorts of leisure activities taking place, and there are annual leisure activities of which answer preserves. So when we talk about the river and why we think the river should be protected, we're not just talking about the physical characteristics of you know, you think about the river must be water, but it's a very broad understanding about what it's about. The other thing that in terms of the investment and the effort that's gone into this area is this river trail itself, which, as you may well be familiar, the area that we're talking about is a key part of the Hubbard and Whitehead River Trail, which in itself is part of a you know, end-to-end cycle and walking trail for the entire length of Aotearoa, and say is used regularly, and is something which is actually has value significance in many respects beyond simply the physical distance of that trail. I think that's all I want to say. I'm going to leave you to realise I was quite late in getting my statement in. So thank you for acknowledging that BBC. And at this point, I'd like to leave that moving to pursue more independent on time. And so I don't want to go over that too much further. I think that thank you. Right. There is one other aspect to this as well in terms of that river, which is maybe this issue, which is as we've seen replanting occurring, as we've seen reserves created, and this regeneration going on, there's actually been an increase in bird life. And this is native bird life, which we think is one of those long-term strategic goals that the council has had, going back to, you know, I believe it was a whole initiative around 2000, achieve this, and now we're starting to see the fruits of this. So, what a key part of this is that we would say to you is, let's not disrupt that. You know, the imperative of housing development is generally and not unfairly characterised by take a piece of land, clear away everything in sight, flatten it out as far as possible, build to as close to the boundaries as you possibly can, and then plant a couple of feature trees. Why would you do this when you already have a well-established area which is actually working you know, cohesively to achieve some goals that are the long-term strategic goals of the council and of the city? So, coming right back to the beginning, I'm here today on behalf of immediate family and also the community at large to ask you as commissioners to accept the submission that's been made and to recommend to the council that they do not proceed with medium density residential zoning in the area that we've identified, but to step that back to a more sympathetic general residential designation. But I think in closing about that, what my read of that is that that would still provide a level of housing supply which is greater than what is currently available in that area, notwithstanding the last speaker's comments. And so some of that is achieved, but put that then back to the council to figure out how to move about what might proceed in the short. Thank you.
Mr. Graham?
Por capital software, dinâmico de bater aqui com que aqui a massa de hearing tank the na que de quase o bom film e tem a mara So I just wanted to acknowledge the message that you gave us then, and it's great to hear the language being spoken, particularly during nothing. And just to also say, I'm familiar with that area. I used to work a bit further up for a couple of years and went along the trail a lot of time, and they're still running along that. Yeah, very familiar with the scooped out and have seen the trail being closed a number of times. I don't know.
Yes, Mr. Graham, thanks for your considered presentation. It seems to me that most of your concerns, apart from the birds, which I understand are concerning, but most of your concerns seem to be related to engineering issues, seepage, stormwater, and stability. We've heard a lot of evidence from the council during the hearing about dealing with stormwater as a result of intensification. And there's really a lot of proposed measures that are going to be required to deal with stormwater. And then issues of seepage and stability are generally addressed during the building consent stage. So do you have some sort of concern that development, there won't be enough oversight or control on these engineering measures during development?
I can't speak to the question of oversight. I would want to say that here to disparage the efforts of the City Council. So, I think that I'll observe a few things too. The stormwater is easy. You could say, well, you know, there's more runoff, it's into the river. If I go back and you can see I made a reference to this in the statement, which is if I take the council's own documentation, publicly available documentation about how it proposes to deal with some of these matters in a medium density residential zoning area, things like permeable surfaces and rainwater tanks, and so on, then what I would suggest to you is that these are largely inadequate to deal with the level of demand, which is likely to become increasing. Intensifying the building material. Now, we just dig into one other bit. It does go to the question of oversight. What's said in the medium density zoning is that you can developers any sort could create sections of 120 square meters. It's considerably smaller than this country. Can build up to 3 stories and can do all of this without a resource consent and by implication without any infrastructure system. So I think, you know, that sort of set of parameters is actually inadequate to deal with the challenges of this particular area. You can actually look in terms of that, so I'm thinking particularly here about what's on the list. You could actually see physical evidence of what that might look like on the Berescourt roadside. If you drive along the area right now, about halfway along, what we see is a stalled piece of development occurring where the land behind it, existing house has been subdivided off and the builder developer has started to build into the hillside, and you have a look at the level of infrastructure, and the level of infrastructure investment that is required to actually hold up a bank in order to build what will become a three-story house. Yeah, as a citizen, I would say, why would you do that? Why would you do that? If you wanted to have an infrastructure solution, and I've not touched on this in the submission because it would only encourage people to think this way, you would be basically, and you wanted to ensure that there were no problems, then you'd basically be talking about a high wall, retaining wall of some sort, or layers of retaining wall in behind existing houses in order to give effect to either holding the bank or building onto it. And so I think, what might be useful sets of planning and development requirements, if you, for instance, up on the other side of Beresford Road, over the Floorlands, or on any area of flat land, are really not up to the mark in this particular area. Or in fact, I focused on this area because that's where I can claim that we have citizen knowledge. As I said in my original submission, I think what we're saying about this area would hold true of any area which has citizen.
Thank you, Brian. That's very, very clearly presented, understood, and we'll see council will to respond to that as well. Thank you, and thank you, your colleagues.
Thank you.
I'm going to the same party. Because of the two lines, but now
I promised to not be too long. I'm going on the short side. Yeah. So we promise to don't touch very much.
I'm comfortable with that. Yeah, thank you. And then we received the statement last night. So
All right, good, good. Yeah, I assumed that would be the case. So, I guess it's really just
maybe more than
sorry.
Well,
Yeah. So I'm going to go through some of the key points in that. I'll catch that is evidence fairly brief. Just identifying a couple of key points. But that's kind of the introduction that's worth reminding you that I'm actually here on behalf of the group, which we now call the Forelands West Protection Group. And we've got Sue Middleton in the corner there. She's been involved in the group for quite a while. There are a number of people in the neighbourhood who have had a long running interest in protection of the Forelands West. Probably know that there's the Forelands character area, special character area establishments and so on. And I'm kind of the current kind of spokesperson for that group. And yeah, it's a kind of interesting fact that it probably goes back to 1969, earlier than I'd actually thought. So people when Jones opened, you can see there's some other got involved with protection of the area. I was checking whether it's 69, 79. It goes back quite a while, quite recently for protection of the area.
I think the area is 19 signatories.
Yes.
Is that still okay? So there's 19 people in the group, or just 19 signatories of the commission? Just trying to get at.
Yeah, 19. So I've only counted 19 signatories.
Yeah.
We do sort of have a broad group, but it's fairly informal. It's not incorporated or anything.
And so those signatories are 19 different properties, or
No, sometimes it's two. So that's on the original submission a couple of years ago. We keep in touch. at each step, so that we're not going off on a tangent. By and large, with the PC12, we were pretty happy with a lot of the activity-based rules that were in place because they were largely adding to the protections for the area. So stronger limitations on some of the panels and so on. We thought it was appropriate considering that the status of the area has moved from being character area to historic heritage area. So we didn't quibble with that too much. There were a couple of other things that we pointed out around pre-1939 buildings and that, but I understand that's more a PC9 issue. So a couple of the key points that are remaining that I addressed in the latest evidence today is to do with the size of the lot, subdivision, under subdivision section, and associated density rules in a separate section. And this sort of echoes, I think, what Laura Kellaway was mentioning earlier on. Read through what council have proposed there, which is essentially dropping those lot size and for the front and rear lots, which was I think 600 on the front, 400 on the rear, and also the density. So that there's now, what we're saying, there's only one outlier sort of density provision in the rules, and the general approach from the council, proposed by the council, is to deal with each case on a case-by-case basis rather than having specific rules related to subdivision lot size and density. We are definitely of the opinion that we'd like to see the pre-existing size limits changed, so the minimum size limits. We understand that in some areas, in some historic areas that might not be appropriate to have those minimum size limits, that's fine. We think that they have served Northlands West very well to keep a cap on the erosion of the historic heritage areas that will come at intensification. We're not comfortable that just having case-by-case discretionary or in some cases restricted discretionary approach would provide sufficient protections. We'd like to see 2 layers of protections of minimum lot sizes and in the density, plus particular activities tables and so on. So that really is the nub of the argument. And like Laura, we suggest that it'd be quite easy to put back in rules related to subdivision size, lot size, and density, and request that be incorporated in the PC12. So that's it essentially. I don't know if you want to add anything soon.
No, it's fine.
Cool.
Except perhaps that a lot of the lots were intensified during the 1970s. We had a lot of intensification in infrastructure. Street infrastructure cannot really cope with any further intensification.
Yeah, I mean, was that the time that 600 and 400 was brought into the plan? Some result of that.
The 1970s.
Well, yeah, going back up, and there really hasn't been much change since then. So
Right.
intensifying in the area, so it has been quite effective over that time. Quite happy with that. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, very clear, and as you say, parallels what is so thank you very much for that. Right, we will now take a break for 25 past and we'll resume Thanks, so as signaled, there is, some supplementary evidence on part of the city to be presented. Responses with various submission, matters, or similar evidence that have been presented over the last few days, and also some questions that come on the panel. So there should be, 5, statements, of, supplementary evidence that was read, and each of the witnesses are available this morning to speak with the panel about that supplementary evidence. So first, the sequence that I propose to introduce the evidence, firstly dealing with Michael Graham on the soil matter, is Buckingham on my correction in relation to waters. Then there is Mr. Barrett, who's online right now, the only one online, in relation to some stormwater matters. And then Mr. Ryan in relation to transport related issues, and then finally Mr. Roberts, planning suite like that. So, and then once we've completed that presentation of evidence, I'll address you to the legal matters. So, the first piece of evidence is the supplementary statement of evidence from Mr. Michael Graham. There was a question put to Mr. Graham during this presentation in relation to a definition of deep soils. And he has prepared a definition which is presented in a supplementary statement. And it's fairly self-explanatory, and Mr. Graham is here and available necessary to speak with this statement and answer any questions that you have. So, when your hand is whether we need to record.
Just one. All right. I just have one question. The definition that you provide, is that a standard definition to be pulled from somewhere, or is this your imagination?
Well, it's originally standard definition. We sort of critical, but it's multiple definition.
So it has a multiple answer.
Yeah, a small hint of that, but not too much.
Right, my question.
It's right.
Yeah. You should know that definitions always create issues.
Yes, thank you for coming back with that definition. I guess my question is, in the future with council officers processing a consent application, someone is, the developer is proposing a certain amount of topsoil, which might be from a certain supplier or whatever gradation. You see that definition there can be readily interpolated or interpreted to what's going to be proposed.
Yeah, it's a very good start. Unfortunately, also all the soil materials, all the relations in terms of term, and what a topsoil is and what is soil and what is subsoil materials. It's kind of a bit of a camel in the road, unfortunately. But the part of it is that it's part of the nutrients over the year past further and giving us the usual
Might need some further work internally to say what these ones are sort of.
Yes, certainly. I suggest that it's probably going to be slightly more technical background specifications for rainfalls that might be developed, but that becomes more of a smaller volume than yes.
I realize you have to keep it very gentle at this level.
There's also quite a range of 400 to 1 minute.
Yeah.
Again, most people would be 400 rather than 1 minute.
So the small variation the 400 refers to the deep soil areas where they are playing specifically, and the one we got in the documentation refers to where they are playing specifically, and that's actually our sweet points with the 500.
That's great. There's one that one.
Yeah.
This evidence is the evidence from Ms. Button relating to correction associated with 3 Rivers Toll for us. Come forward and explain the correction.
Mr. Commissioner Paper, writing during the hearing said that the question of what the network connector has been used in the PVCs 1.2 does not match what the connections policy is going to look like. So, and ensure that the connection policy is the right one. So, just presented a couple of wording changes that would have proposed to the why.
Next is the stormwater management related issues that are addressed by Mr. Farron for that standing by.
Kia ora. Can I just check firstly that everybody can hear me okay?
There's almost everything in the subject. That's not your fault. That's what we're saying. No, we're fine. Can you hear us?
It is a little bit hard to hear from your microphones. It's a little bit muffled, but if you've got questions at the end, I'll try my hardest to hear those.
Mr. Curran, can you hear me okay?
I can hear that, yes.
Okay, great. It's Mr. Muldowney here. Can you please, you've prepared a written statement of evidence. Could you please just walk the panel through the written statement of evidence in terms of the matters that you've addressed? I think mostly in response to issues that Commissioner Mark Brown identified, and then just stand by for any questions after you've presented your statement, please.
Sure thing. And I presume that you have the statement in front of you, so I'll take points 1 to 4 as being read. So starting at point 5, last week the panel requested that I provide further evidence as to the public health risks associated with the reuse of roof-derived rainwater for non-potable reuse. This issue was raised by Mr. Jaggard in his evidence on behalf of Kāinga Ora, and I had provided an initial response in my rebuttal evidence. I'll now provide the following further clarification. As Mr. Jaggard notes in his evidence, there is limited research on the health risks posed by rainwater harvesting for non-potable reuse. There is an extensive body of research on rainwater just one moment. There we go, sorry. There is an extensive body of research on rainwater reuse for potable reuse, augmenting drinking water supply, and to a lesser extent research on stormwater harvesting for non-potable reuse, in particular municipal irrigation. But it is noted that neither of these scenarios are applicable to the proposed Plan Change 12 provisions. Mr. Jaggard references recent research in Australia, which was Murphy 2017, and infers that this may provide justification for additional treatment of rainwater collected from residential roofs. This research, which was titled Current Stormwater Harvesting Guidelines Are Inadequate for Mitigating Risk from Campylobacter During Non-Potable Reuse Activities, is based on computational modelling of a range of potential water treatment approaches to be applied to harvested municipal stormwater. It is important to note that stormwater includes runoff from a wide range of surfaces, including roads, car parks, and private roofs, and is also often subject to wastewater ingress through cross connections and/or leakages. It is considered that whilst this research is relevant to the wider discussion around integrated water management, it is not applicable to the Plan Change 12 provisions, which have intentionally focused on the collection of roof water only. As noted by Mr. Jaggard, robust research in New Zealand on rainwater reuse is limited, despite the prevalence of domestic rainwater reuse in rural areas. I'm advised by Brands, which is Building Research New Zealand, that they have ceased all water-related research at present. However, Brands did undertake research in 2015-16, which was funded by the Building Research Levy, which included sampling of collected water in rainwater harvest tanks in 4 commercial buildings, with monthly testing by ESR over a 12-month period. that resulted in 45 samples. This found that no metal levels in the water posed a risk to health. In microbiology testing, no Campylobacter bacteria was found in the samples. 18 samples were found to contain E. coli, but 11 of these came from a building that did not have an enclosed tank, which is a known risk for contamination and not something that we'd be proposing here. One sample out of the 45 tested positive for salmonella. The scientists calculated that even if toilet water was ingested at every flush, the risk of salmonella infection would still only be around 1 in 1 million. This research, albeit limited, appears to support the premise that the risks of public health impacts from the capture and reuse of roof-derived rainwater are very low. Further, in 2011, British Columbian Centre for Disease Control undertook a research project titled Rainwater Harvesting for Non-Potable Use and Evidence of Risk Posed to Human Health. It included an extensive literature review of peer-reviewed journal articles on Legionella bacteria in addition to other common public health risks. This research intentionally only considered non-potable reuse, including toilet flushing and spray irrigation, where aerosols could be a contributor to human health impacts. The study attempted to adopt a risk-based perspective, which considered the likelihood of contaminants being present within rainwater collection, and then the likelihood of the ultimate non-potable use of harvested rainwater causing adverse human health impacts. Where possible, this was evaluated against a risk-based threshold of 1 infection per 10,000 person years, and this was taken from the Dutch drinking water standards. Based on the literature, they reported that while sources of contamination were present in a number of studies, the risks to public health were below the 1 in 10,000 person years in all. It was also noted through this research that the optimal growth of Legionella occurs in the range of 35 to 43 degrees Celsius, although it can survive between the range of 16.5 to 55. And growth of the Legionella, and therefore propagation, is restricted to the range of 25 to 45 degrees Celsius. Whilst robust data on water temperature within rainwater tanks in Hamilton is not available, it is unlikely to reach 35 degrees, and I would expect it to only exceed 25 degrees during the peak of summer, noting that many commercially available polyethylene tanks state an upper temperature limit of 30 degrees Celsius. Further, an Australian study, which was Coombs et al. 2000, showed that while some samples of roof water and in situ tank water exceeded the Australian drinking water standards for total and fecal coliforms, the highest counts occurred immediately after major rainfall events which washed organic material from the roof gutters into the tanks. The authors demonstrated a marked reduction in bacterial counts over time, suggesting that the rainwater tanks themselves have a self-disinfection action. Based on the research that I've referred to above, I consider the risks of public health impacts from the capture and reuse of roof-derived rainwater are very low. Further, just the adverse impacts from modified urban hydrology. Further clarification was sought by the panel as to the source of research relevant to adverse impacts from modified urban hydrology. I made verbal reference to the 2013 Auckland Council TR 2013/33 Ecological Responses to Urban Hydrology, which was commissioned to inform the unitary plan process. This report clearly identifies a number of impacts on ecological health from urbanisation, whilst noting that it is difficult to isolate the multiple drivers which include changed hydrology, water contaminants, and temperature, all of which are mitigated through the proposed Plan Change 12 provisions. The report records biological metrics are correlated with the frequency of elevated flow events. In a few studies, the frequency of large floods has been the strongest correlate, while in others, the frequency of small to medium-sized events is more important. Since large floods occur occasionally in both natural and urban streams, stream biota are likely to be adapted to survive such uncommon events. In contrast, small to medium rainfall events may not produce any flow elevation in natural streams, but produce significant rise in the flow of urban streams. Therefore, the cumulative impact of more commonly occurring small to medium-sized events is likely to be greater than the large events. TR 2013/33 provides a good summary of the impacts of unmitigated stormwater on freshwater streams, which is consistent with the large body of research available from international studies. And I just noted that the research uses, the international body of research uses the term urban stream syndrome to refer to the combined adverse impacts on stream health from urbanisation. In terms of the citywide application of the Plan Change 12 requirements, the panel tested whether it was appropriate to require rainwater reuse to meet hydrological outcomes where discharge was direct to the Waikato Awa via piped connection. In the hearing, I advised that the opportunity to enhance outcomes in locations where original streams or wetlands have been piped to potentially support future daylighting, whilst noting that there are areas of Hamilton which have pipe connections direct to the river, which are not considered to be piped streams. In particular, this applies to the area around the central business district on the west side of the Waikato Awa, which is largely in the central city zone and not subject to Plan Change 12 provisions, and that is to be addressed through Plan Change 14 at a later date. The proportion of Hamilton jurisdiction, including all land use designations, which connects directly to the Waikato Awa via piped connection, is assessed as being approximately 10 to 15%, of which approximately 30% is covered by the central city zone. I'll just note these are approximate. It was sort of a bit of rapid analysis. This is likely to include areas which drain to the river via historically piped streams. I consider that exemption for residential developments in circumstances where reticulated stormwater pipes connect directly to the Waikato Awa with no open stream reaches is not warranted, particularly when the vision and strategy of Te Tiriti Whaimana and the principles of managing the post-developed hydrology are considered. So in conclusion, I confirm my support for the proposed Plan Change 12 requirements to install rainwater reuse systems on new developments. If I could, I'd also just like to take the opportunity. I took the time to watch the evidence of Phil Jaggard yesterday, and if you'd like, I'd just like to respond to a couple of points from that.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So Mr. Jaggard commented on the lack of consideration of alternatives by Hamilton City Council to achieve similar outcomes as those proposed by Plan Change 12. I just wanted to note that it is important to recognise that Hamilton City Council had implemented an audit program of on-lot devices, including private rain gardens, soakage devices, and rainwater tanks. This audit identified that rainwater tanks, when correctly installed, were operating as intended, whereas private rain gardens were almost always in a very poor condition, which identified the challenges with maintenance of these. Mr. Jaggard also commented on the risk of systems not being utilised by homeowners. It is accepted that this is a risk, but it is hard to see how this would translate to a justification to do nothing in the first instance. It is suggested that it would be better to support Plan Change 12 with improved community education to raise the overall water literacy of the community. Mr. Jaggard's comments on the first flush diversion highlights that perhaps we've been unclear with language and may need to update the practice notes associated with rainwater reuse. The inclusion of debris screens or similar are intended to exclude larger organic matter which can accumulate in storage and increase maintenance, but are certainly not intended to capture the first flush as defined by contemporary urban stormwater quality device sizing. And I just note Mr. Jaggard's comment on 18 to 38% of the water being diverted through those is certainly a clearly shows that perhaps misunderstanding. Comments on the exclusion of roof water reducing the dilution effect is perhaps somewhat valid, but I would suggest is certainly not a justification to do nothing. Evidence clearly points to the adverse impacts from the full suite of urban surfaces, and it is questionable whether an incised and scoured waterway would be better protected through a worsening of the hydrological conditions which have degraded it in the first instance. Hamilton City Council are actively investigating opportunities to retrofit further water quality and quantity treatment to mitigate the impacts of public roads and existing development, but note the significant challenges with this due to a lack of available land. Thank you, that's all I've got to say.
Thank you, Mr. Farron. Yes.
Yes, Mr. Farron, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can, yes.
Thanks for coming back with that information on the quality. So if I take you to paragraph 5E of that, and you'll note that reduction in bacterial counts in tank water, I take that point, but that would be different for rainwater tank that's supplying the whole of domestic demand compared with the tanks you've been talking about where the residence time is going to be smaller because it's being reused for toilet flushing. You can comment on that?
Sorry, I just misunderstood that question a bit, I think. Could you just repeat it? Sorry.
Okay, so in 5E, it says the authors demonstrated a marked reduction in the bacterial counts over time, suggesting rainwater tanks have a self-disinfection action.
Yep.
My question is that study, if it was looking at roof water in tanks for potable supply, the tanks would be larger than the tanks that you're considering for reuse for toilet flushing, and perhaps less detention time, and that may not have limited its relevance to that.
Yeah, that's a valid point, but I would also note as well that that was based on correlation with large amounts of organic debris getting into the tanks, and I think that through a system with debris exclusion, it's probably a little bit of a moot point, and I did contemplate not including that 5E in the summary there.
Okay, thanks for that. I do have a wider question, which has arisen since I've been thinking about your evidence and Mr. Jaggard's evidence, and this is that in your modelling that you did, you modelled the 10 millimetres, the first 10 millimetres to be taken up by reuse and soakage, and you assumed the soakage over the whole city before you modelled. My question is, do you know what proportion of the city that's going to be developed in the future is likely to have the soakage of, I think it was 20 millimetres an hour that you've used in your model?
No, I couldn't give you a precise number to that. We did do modelling with a range of soakage rates, because there are obviously parts of. Sorry. Sorry. Did you say something?
Can you hear us?
Yep.
Darren?
Yeah, just crackled off a bit there. Sorry. Can you still hear me okay? Can you hear me? Have you lost? You're unable to hear me? How's that?
Okay, so the Jabras have turned off. So
How's that? Can you hear me now?
Can you hear us?
I can hear you, yes.
Yeah, you're back with us. Thank you.
Can you hear us now? Yep.
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, I think where did I get to? I was saying that I don't have an exact number of that, and that hasn't been mapped across Hamilton, because that's quite a significant undertaking. But when we did the modelling, we looked at a range of soakage rates down to as low as 10 millimetres per hour, which is a very low number, for typical soakage devices. And so we looked at the sensitivity of that all the way up to higher infiltration rates around the 100 millimetres per hour range. So I guess those circumstances where that's not possible is what we discussed last week, which is around that clause whereby where you can't achieve soakage, that component of the hydrological controls would be provided in part by water quality treatment devices, such as an on-lot rain garden.
Yes. So there is some considerable uncertainty regarding that, in which case you would be relying on the detention in the apart from soakage, where soakage is not there, wouldn't you? But you don't know what that proportion is. So if that proportion was quite high of non-soakage, that could compromise the effectiveness of the system.
Yeah, look, there is an increasing body of research. So Sydney Water have just done a big study and Stormwater 360 did a study that was presented at the Stormwater Conference around the amount of retention that we're seeing out of rain gardens. And so that's water that's captured in the rain garden and obviously evapotranspired. But as I said, we don't want to move towards those as a preference, because of the significant maintenance and the risks to those not functioning. So the preference is therefore for soakage rather than those rain gardens. But in locations where there isn't soakage available, the combination of the rainwater reuse and on-lot rain gardens would still provide significant hydrological benefit.
Yes. So it seems to me that with looking at options, that it might have been worthwhile to look at an option of a detention tank going to soakage only, and then if the soakage wasn't there, then going over up to your quality device, your quality treatment. Is that something you thought about looking at? In other words, using the detention tank just to allow the soakage, and if soakage is achievable over much of Hamilton, that's going to get you 10 mils.
Yeah, look, the early discussions were really around trying as much as practicable to align with a natural water cycle, and so that needs to reflect the evapotranspiration loss, so the actual loss in volume associated with a natural catchment, and so therefore that component can only be achieved through either having significant evapotranspiration on a lot, such as having very, very high levels of pervious ground, or through diverting that water elsewhere, which is provided by the rainwater tanks. The other factor to consider is just reducing the risk of failure, and so we don't want a situation where we're wholly reliant effectively on soakage on every lot in that case. And so therefore having the combination of the rainwater reuse and soakage where that is possible, which is the vast majority of the city, or in a few of those locations, rainwater reuse followed by the water quality device, we would strongly suggest that has much more resilience in it. There's also there was a piece of work that was done looking at all of those other co-benefits of rainwater reuse, and so those obviously provide a whole suite of other benefits which are not directly related to the hydrology that we're sort of focusing on here today.
Okay, thanks very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. That really takes us to Mr. Brian on transport. Just to introduce this piece of evidence, this is evidence which is presented in response to questions from the panel on transport topic, and the question of whether there were any provisions that were buttoned up against the limits established in the Waikato decision. And so what we have focused on here is the prohibition that's established in Waikato that you can't effectively go backwards from those permitted and those land uses that are enabled as permitted activities in the operative provisions. And so where there are standards that have been established in the transport chapter in particular, which we say are consequential or supportive of NDRS or policy 3 provisions, that's perfectly fine. Where those same provisions effectively add to current performance standards for current implemented activities, you're imposing a new standard, and if that new standard is not met, what was previously a permitted activity becomes restricted discretionary. And so that presents a Waikato issue. And so what Mr. Ryan and Mr. Black have done over the last few days is run basically an audit of the provisions
to see whether there are any of these standards that are catching current activities, and if so, how do we adjust for that? So Mr. Ryan has prepared some supplementary evidence which walks through the analysis that he's undertaken and also identifies fix. So what we would like to do is have Mr. Ryan read his supplementary evidence, and then if we have questions, we can deal with that. So Mr. Ryan, over to you.
Thank you for the questions. I think it's small down, he has covered what I my statement. Basically, I reviewed all the transport provisions and did identify a number that do need to be amended so that they comply with the Waikato decision. So I scheduled in Appendix B to my supplementary statement listed all those provisions that need to be amended. And then in Appendix A, I have presented amendments to the provisions so that they will comply with Waikato.
Let's see towards the Mr. Ryan. So Appendix A, we can bring that up on the screen and we can trace our way through that if we need. But there is an example, which is set out paragraph 16, Mr. Ryan's statement of evidence, which gives you a feel for the kind of drafting effects that he's implemented. And he can explain that in more detail. I need to go to you, Mr. Ryan.
In paragraph 15, I say that to comply with Waikato, I recommend that going back to 14. And just this is an example. New standard is used by name change 12, 20, it's 25, 44, related waste. And the proposed development that is little under the operative district plan, for example, single residential unit, will fail the standard that will default to a restricted expression. And this change in activity status will contravene Waikato. So to comply with Waikato, I recommend that the standard be amended to apply only to within a residential zone for developments and two or more residential units, which are at least restricted expression in activity zone. So in this example, the amendment is made to the name by including the words within a residential zone of developments. Residential units. So it's we've fortunately discovered that these provisions can be made to comply with Waikato with some introduction of some wording that combines the application of the standard, the new standard or the amended standard to activities for developments and to avoid special use.
All right.
Thank you. And that leaves us with a question to determine as to whether or not they consequential matters.
Which, yeah, that is different issue. So that's something that I'll address you on shortly, but to the extent that there were limits placed on the extent of them through the High Court Waikato decision, this is the way that's through.
There's none that need to be deleted, they just need to be.
So basically, these become, we can carve out the application standards so that they no longer apply to the existing method activity. No, apply to the distribution from that way, don't really get sticky down to the activity status.
So we haven't seen the details of changes which
But I understand that drafting the convention that is through some of the evidence
flows through. Thanks, Mr. Ryan. I'm not being across what the numbers mean in the appendix, as well as you will be. But reading, there's some clues as to what these apply to. We've got, with the two crossings, the waste management plan, travel plans. So just in brief, what's the subject matter of the changes in terms of the topics? Are they all the ones I've just mentioned, or there's more?
Are there more? There are air access, vehicle access, widths and visibilities, things like that. So this number is still.
That's okay, we'll obviously go through.
Yes, it'll be coming.
Yes.
We'll come out with it, I like that. Right. Good. Thanks, right. There's just one, going through the exercise, I picked up with the consequential change in table 15(1)(a). In my primary evidence, I recommended the deletion of the definition of key public transport interchange and then the introduction of the new definition of public transport interchange. And I found in table 51 and other still reference to key public transport interchange. So the word key in that table needs to be.
That's right. Now, finally, Mr. Roberts, who will speak with some of the other remaining planning members of the group, and he has us saying, I'll wait for that.
Thank you, morning, commissioners. If I might start on paragraph 4. The purpose of the supplementary developments is to respond to the various matters raised during the contract period. Firstly, commercial feasible capacity. The hearing panel requirements about planning level capacity of commercial feasibility. Projections once plan change filed. Hamilton City Council commercial feasibility model stands as a critical instrument in assessing the capacity, commercial feasible capacity within the framework of the National Policy Statement on further development. Operating across 3 development scenarios: infill subdivision, infill redevelopment, greenfield. The commercial feasibility model integrated economic and spatial data and data transformation to process input to provide statistics software for calculation. The commercial feasibility data analysis instruction. Yes, it's not one. No. The commercial feasibility model allows the evaluation of the potential for standard profit-driven developers to execute projects under the current planning regulations. It is accumulated a private developer's journey from inception to the sale of a completed dwelling, confirming to the district plan provisions, engineering constraints, and factors and associated development costs, factoring and sales price. It is important to note, however, that the commercial feasibility model scope is limited to the profit-oriented segment of markets, not encompassing non-profit sectors and as public entities and individual households. Instead of reading paragraph 8 and 9, I think I can just draw your attention to, you'll see the table of the top of the memo. There's a table, page 2, table 1, summary clearly over the 2040, 25, 23 period. So just in summary, setting up the 30-year demand, sits at 36,600 dwelling units. The plan enabled capacity, with regard to revised PC12 alone provisions, there's a capacity of 270,300. Taking into consideration flood layers and flood implications, that's reduced to 2,200 dwelling units. And then using the commercially feasible model, the commercially feasible capacity sits at 76,500, just taking the revised PC12 provisions and zoning, and again with flood modeling layer, that is reduced to 71,700. But taking those into consideration, you can see that the commercially feasible capacity is nearly twice the amount of the anticipated demand.
I just checked, this was done on council revised zoning and subdivisions, yes.
So moving on to paragraph 10, my professional opinion, the outputs from the commercially feasible model indicate that the revised PC12 will meet the projected demand of commercially feasible capacity over the next 30 years. PC12 approach will support focused densification efforts without compromising the overall housing capacity. Such an approach aligns with the strategic urban planning objectives, which strive to enable distribution, development opportunities while taking into account environmental. So moving on to the Rototuna Town Centre and building heights. The Operative District Plan permits building heights in the Rototuna Town Centre to set at 15 metres. The proposed plan tranche 12 amendment suggests an increase to 16 metres as per Mr. Governor's evidence. KO's original submission sought an increase in permitted building heights for the Rototuna Town Centre above that's 15 for building heights for the Rototuna Town Centre are set out in Appendix 1.4 and is managed through a number of precincts within the Rototuna Town Centre. So, well, Dr. Boy John Quetta, Rebecca Evans proposed an amendment to the permitted building heights within a number of business zones within the city. Considering the permitted building heights in the adjacent residential zone, the density residential zone surrounding the Rototuna Town Centre, I believe it is reasonable to support the increase in building heights as set out below to align with the building zones, other building zones, business zones within the city, and that's set out in that environment as well. Moving to historic heritage areas, as discussed during the hearing, discussions during the hearing highlighted issues concerning historic heritage areas, leading to a proposed minor revision of Chapter 19. This modification addressed the size constraints of some HHAs, which lack the required number of adjacent sites, 3 on each side within an HHA or 6 on one side. Consequently, the amendment applies uniformly to two rules. With these changes indicated in the red text for clarity, through the proposed amendments in this false evidence. Again, so that's set out in in paragraph 14, reverse sensitivity relating to Fonterra's submission. Mr. Chris, on behalf of Fonterra, seeks amendments to a number of objectives and policies relating to reverse sensitivity issues. While I do not support any amendments beyond those proposed in HDT hearings prior to those, if the commissioners are minded to amend those proposals as set out in paragraph 14 of Mr. Chris' hearing in the statement of 4th September 2014, I have concerns regarding the use of the words existing non-residential activities. And in my view, the use of existing region and significant industry would be more appropriate. And then finally, in the hearing on the 11th of September 2014, the panel would inquire about the split between gravity versus pressure water supply in the city. Currently, approximately 30–35% of the water supply within the city is supplied by gravity. The panel also sought information on the extent of line open within the city. Based on the data within the city's RPS system, the total length of the channel stream recorded is 126 kilometers and 3.3 of the line channel. Robert?
Yes, Mr. Robertson, thanks for getting back to those matters about the stormwater. I do have a question for you. In Mr. Farrett, when he presented in person to us, I did ask about a provision 25.13.4.2a about provision of the water quality treatment when you can't get soakage. And I understood he was going to come back on that. Perhaps didn't make that clear enough, and I forgot to ask him when he was here. That's not something that you've given any thought to, because my concern is it talks about provide quality treatment, but there's no definition of what that is. And I think the discussion with him was that he said it was. That's not in the practice notes. I had a look through there. I think it was said it was an RITS. And I just think it needs to be more robust there. Actually, what it means. Either it needs a reference to a technical document, or it needs a standalone definition in my view.
I haven't been well into that on our discussions. I'm not sure if there's, I might be mistaken, there is a note below the provisions. That refers, are you saying that document does not have the
Note 1, I looked through the notes, and note 1 says in accordance with Three Waters practice notes. And I looked through those practice notes, and I could not see that definition. So yeah, that was my concern.
I'm quite right. I would have to be back to you.
Perhaps I can be followed up with closing. Thank you. Thanks.
Just one thing for me, just looking at the graph on page 3 on the result, the measurement analytics. I mean, if I'm reading this correctly, it indicates that at least notionally the 49,000, whatever it happens to be, required 30-year demand is met, at least in terms of feasibility by 2028. And it's flat for 2030, and then rises quite steeply after that. That's how I'm reading that.
Yes. I think that's really to reflect the model.
Yeah, we need to go back and have a think about the assumption. But I mean, the obvious question is, well, beyond that, takes on almost doubles the requirement. Yes. This is the question. The logical question is why are you so much on this parameter? Shows that you'll meet that next 6 years. So
I think it really is around.
I mean, I know there's a bit of magic.
Yeah. And I think one thing that's not taken into consideration is the infrastructure constraints at the moment. So there will be periods within the infrastructure. There will be additional constraints. So it only has to cover
ICO in place.
I would agree with the ICO really saying that in that area there's not very much.
Although if we run a menu, so I mean, what, yeah, I mean, I'm just interested. Because it does raise the obvious questions about some. I mean,
I think if you add that, there's no question that we bring it a little lower the blue and green line. And it will probably extend out the period to which they traverse the yellow line. So there won't be quite so much approval.
No, I don't think so, right. That's what we trying to get a lot surprising. So, yeah, the word terms.
We could do a bit table one, you can see the breakdown of the actual zones.
Yeah, but that's not time series. We just need my other questions for time series. You know, I don't know that I need all that down, it just raises questions.
The only thing I would say is that this sort of inquiry that was really directed mostly at the extent to which the zone extents have been reduced from the notified version, and whether there was any material shift in capacity as a result. I think the reality is that the same sensitivities that you identify here, if you put the extra layer on, would have existed with the other side extents as well. So it probably wouldn't have changed things in that sense. But we can run can ask the modelers to see if they can run that additional criteria through and see if it does.
I mean, this, you know, in terms of my national inquiry, it was, does this meet the requirement? Then obviously this draft, but it would be good to see the constraints layer put on that, see what that can.
Yes, Mr. Roberts, I have one further question. Yesterday we heard from Ms. McCallum talking about the area in Frankton vicinity of Taniwha Street. And I think she said that the notified planning maps showed a buffer to the SNA gully, and that's been taken off in the revised planning map. So I went back and had a look at the notified planning maps, and at least my eye couldn't pick any difference. So do you know whether there was in that particular area?
No, it's always been zoned funding to the there is only the SNA overlay. That's
So there was no change to the
not in terms of the proposed amendments that you.
So that's the completion of the evidence, subject to one file put on my relation to the city. That's the evidence. A couple of things we'll come back to you on. I think proposition will be at the same time file find it bringing you that supplementary material to you. So in terms of the closing, I have a draft set of closing notes, which I haven't supplied to you because it's still in draft, not yet quite polished for the bottom of it. And also took your indication that you're happy with written material provided by next Friday. But I will use the draft as a set of speaking notes to walk you through where I see some of the critical legal issues sitting, so that you can see next Friday's meeting capturing the discussions we're about to have today. So the first big topic that I want to deal with is the contributions issues that were raised during the course of the hearing by a number of submitters, and I think of course the panel to carefully about the city's approach to financial contributions. And one of the first things I want to emphasise is the distinction between the tasks that you as a panel are required to address in this plan making process versus the task that a consent authority has to address when deciding whether to impose a financial contribution condition consent. Obviously, we've got this slightly curious situation now where FCs can also apply to permitted activities. So, for the sake of the discussion, I'll just leave that to one side now and frame the discussion as a discussion focused on the fact that the plan establishes a financial contributions tool. The implementation of it and whether it's used as a tool is a matter for the consent authority once the plan is made, and heard submissions and had evidence from submitters concerned with the double dip, the issue of the purpose, whether in fact that purpose is going to be delivered through the developer and how they are addressing plan requirements through resource consents. And my primary submission is that much of that kind of debate is the kind of contest that needs to occur at the consenting stage when the consent authority is deciding whether or not to implement a financial contribution condition. So your primary task in this forum is to determine whether you should give council the tool. And at a very high level, I would say, I would encourage you as a panel to look favourably on the idea of creating a tool for council. Parliament has intended that this tool be available. In the context of a very well publicised significant infrastructure deficit for council, all councils face the need to think about how infrastructure is funded. The addition of another potential funding tool for council is vital. And so I ask that you keep that principle forefront of your decision making. And also, as I say, remind you that debate about whether in fact the financial contribution should be imposed on a case-by-case basis for that consenting authority. So this task is about, should you create a tool? And in addressing that question, there's a few things that you that legitimately need to be tested in terms of the intended approach. The first is really the framework for financial contributions. So we've got section 77T of the RMA, which has enabled the FC regime to be reviewed in the context of IPI. So we know you have the jurisdiction to address this question. And we have section 77E of the RMA, which allows financial contributions to be required in relation to any activity other than a prohibited activity. It means that we're now extended these permitted activities also. The framework for determining whether the proposed FC tool is appropriate or not is also guided by section 77E, subsection 2. Which says that a rule requiring financial contribution must specify in the relevant plan the purpose for which the financial contribution is required and how the level of financial contribution will be determined and when the financial contribution will be required. So a three-limbed text. It's got to have a rule has to identify a purpose. The rule has to identify how you calculate FC. and when it will be required. So it's got to have those essential elements. The other relevant part of the Resource Management Act, which I think in some ways mirrors those Section 77E requirements, is Section 108 of the Resource Management Act, which deals with consent conditions. And it specifically addresses consent conditions which relate to financial contributions in subsection 10, and really mirrors the same sort of language that says the consent authority must include a condition in the resource consent requiring financial contribution, unless the condition is imposed in accordance with the purposes that were specified in the plan. And that the level of contribution is determined in the manner prescribed in the plan. So that's that same kind of mirroring really and creating a connection between on the one hand the goal plan and on the other the requirements for the consent condition. And then there's other existing case law in relation to the consent conditions. The standard Newbury test that we'll be familiar with applying, it must be imposed for a resource management purpose, must fairly and reasonably relate to the activity, it must be reasonable. So they still apply in terms of financial contribution conditions. There's also been a discussion about the relationship between the proposed development and the purpose of the NCs. And there's been talk about this nexus that needs to exist. And I just want to remind the panel again, we'll all sat and considered consent matters. The Supreme Court in Waitakere and State Homes has rejected the notion that applying the Newbury test requires this direct causal nexus. The Supreme Court has said that doesn't require a greater connection between the proposed development conditions of consent beyond what they must be logically connected to development, not unrelated to it, not relating to external or ulterior concerns. That doesn't require this really close nexus that I think some of us were hinting at when we're discussing the condition of consent. So the central point that I've raised this is critical to recognise the present task of the panel is plan making. It's not the task of the panel to determine whether it would be reasonable to impose a consent condition requiring the FC. That's what we want to come. It's not a mandatory tool. It's a tool that would be available to the consent authority, guided by case law and the requirements of Section 108, subsection 10. So accordingly, I say those arguments concerned with things like double dipping and proper purpose and sufficient causal nexus are premature, and they really need to be dealt with in the next forum. And you should be concerned with the plan making tool itself. So coming back to the essential task for this panel, the central question I suppose is firstly thinking about Section 32 and tests in Section 32, is the objective, which is sits at the kind of start of the FC chapter, is the objective appropriate in terms of serving Section 5 and the purpose of management classic Section 32 tests. And the objective is objective 24.31, which says there's an objective to require financial contributions in order to avoid, remedy or mitigate adverse effects of proposed activity or development on the environment that these cannot be managed on site. To give effect to Te Tiriti Whaimana, including the requirement of betterment, and it's to offset the adverse effects of subdivision and development infrastructure. And then the panel must determine whether the policy goals methods that being flowed beneath that objective meet the classic Section 32 tests. And I say that all needs to be evaluated within that framework in Section 77E, which is, does it include a purpose? Does it establish the level of how the FC will be calculated? And does it establish when the FC will be required? And I say that's the key focus for this panel. So, as I say, I say the objective 24.31 is self-evident concerning the purpose of the RMA, and the broader considerations that we're required to account for in section 74 of the RMA plan making, and that the associated policy steps supports and is effectively objective, and that the rules and methods determine how the FC is calculated, clearly articulated. So that really sets the framework, I say, for how you come to the topic. Then we get to the detail itself, and the questions to Douglas, the witness on the FC topic, is how the council arrived at the formula. And I say that question, those questions are relevant. But ultimately, the question of whether it's reasonable to then impose that level of FC is going to be a matter for the consent authority at the later stage. But nevertheless, you are entitled to inquire as to, well, what is this formula, and is it reasonable in 32 cents, in a 32 cents? And the evidence from Ms. Douglas that she's filed, the written evidence, very helpfully sets out all of the information that you need to satisfy yourself about how the formula has been arrived at. I know there was some frustration from the panel during questions about it, but to Ms. Douglas' credit, the information is within her evidence, and I will encourage you to go back to it. She's done a very good job of explaining how it's arrived at. And I just want to highlight her evidence. Basically, what she has said, and it's contained within, I think, paragraphs 33 of the evidence. And it warrants just going back and carefully working through it. But basically, what the city has done, what was Douglas explained, is that it's taken the both the residential amenity FC purpose and the Te Ture Whaimana purpose, and it's examined what the total costs would be over a 10-year period, being the life of the district plan, and so what would the total cost be of implementing various capital and operational program costs to achieve the purpose. And for residential amenity, there's a number of something like circa $36 million over a 10-year period, and Te Ture Whaimana $47 million over a 10-year period. So we started with those broad buckets really of potential costs, which would be associated with purposes. Then what the council has done is it has attempted to identify the rate of demand, residential demand over the 10-year period, get some kind of sensible number of units of residential demand that would be likely to be delivered over the 10-year period. And then it has divided that cost over that demand denominator. And that produces, as you can imagine, per unit of demand or type of the part, per unit of demand cost for each of those programs. And there's been, in Ms. Douglas' supplementary evidence, there's some adjustments made for inflation factor as well. And where it ends up is that residential amenity, circa about $36 million divided by 12,011 PUDs is $2,997 per PUD. And she's identified that to a maximum of $3,400 per PUD. Te Ture Whaimana is it's a higher total number, it's 44 million, but it was divided by all growth because it was to apply not just to residential. And that's divided over a higher number. It produces a smaller number per PUD of $1,631 up to a maximum of $2,000 per tonne. So that's
Just on that one, just lost the rest. Our understanding is that the council has walked back from imposing that national contribution for first as well. So does that mean then that the city target from these 7 whatever it is then is to be redeveloped by family those?
No, the city is not suggesting that the burden be reallocated to the residential. We would reduce the amount of work and there wouldn't be a reallocation of the burden just for the residents. Now, the other point I want to press you on is that the financial contribution regime is different from the development contribution regime in the sense that the development contribution regime, by and large, the only way to justify a development contribution charge is the capital project is actually identified as the LTP and the schedule of assets. There's some flexibility of that. You can attempt to do in the schedule of assets and the development contributions policy, identify projects outside of 10 years when we're talking about a 30-year infrastructure strategy. But as we get beyond the 10-year program, the projects become a little bit more remote and the nexus to the development contribution regime starts to become tested. The same requirement that you have this allocation of funding identified in the LTP is not necessary for the purpose of calculating an FC charge. So you don't have to have it underpinned and established in the LTP. The purpose of, as I say, the purpose of it in principle was to establish a formula to then embed within the district plan. A per unit, a reasonable, evidence-based, economically justified per unit of demand charge that could then be applied to a formula. So that information that I've just traversed with you is helpful background in terms of you being satisfied that this logic and this evidence base to the per unit charge. But that's as far as it needs to go. That's all it is. You can argue about whether or not it should be 36 million or 33. You can argue about the extent of the program, whether it should be assessed over a 10-year period of life of plan or some other period. But ultimately, I say those matters are not material. What's material is that you're satisfied. There is a sensible, logical, evidential basis to say per unit of demand, that's the amount that we intend to charge for this particular purpose. And I say you've got the evidence that you need to be satisfied with that. Whether it's to be imposed in a particular case, there are different tests to be applied as to whether the tool is used, and that comes later.
So you don't say that we need to be confident that the 36 million, for example, actually is backed by realistic prospects. I think if we went blind at the moment with respect to them.
There is, as I say, you are right. There is evidence that, as I say, folks, thoughts on the work that's been done, but ultimately, there's no detailed evidence locked in the project. But this is a case also where there's a little bit of a chicken and egg thing with the DC regime, in the sense that you compare it to the DC regime. The DC regime, the city commits to the capital cost and it fronts it up front, and then it recovers over time through the recovery of DCs. But it is committed to the CapEx, and it plays banker. The FC regime can be different. The FC regime and the extent to which the project is rolled out can be related to the flow of cash associated with the FCs. So the size and scale and just how much betterment is delivered can be sized to, okay, well, what's coming in, what's rolling in the door in terms of the FCs. So there's a very sharp distinction between the regimes.
And so you don't need to be satisfied that the project and the program is locked and loaded and committed to, and money is being spent in advance, in the same way that you do with the DC rating. But certainly accept that, if I remain nervous, that we have no idea what's in the at all. You have a purpose, there is a purpose. You do have a degree of certainty. If we go to the provisions, you can look at the provisions, the chapter itself, and drafting the chapter. Before we start with an objective, we actually start with a purpose statement, a general purpose statement. Then there's an objective, and then when you move to residential amenity, there's a more fulsome description of purpose. And then also the Te Ture Whaimata is a list of potential activities, both operational and capital. So there is information, I say, we're not entirely in the dark. Whether there's enough, we have that debate, but there is a very clearly articulated purpose for which the FC will be recovered. The other thing I would say is that it's so that's the first step, of course, is determining what is going to be the cost per part of residential amenity. That's how that number is established. The next thing that it's Appendix 18 sets out the formula. The next thing that happens is that it just simply explains, okay, so how do we calculate the total FCs for a project? Pretty simple. You've got the dollars per PUD multiplied by the number of units in the development, of 1, 10, 15, or 100. You multiply that out, and then you get a total for the development in relation to residential amenity, and then aggregate that with the total for Te Ture Whaimata, and then the total for the actual cost of connections. So the formula is there, and it is clear, and my submission relatively straightforward. So my primary submission on this point is that those are the matters that this panel sees with the responsibility that you have in terms of plan making. Those are the matters that you should be focused on. And the matters concerning double dipping, when double dip doesn't occur until the consent authority decide they want to bring down an FC charge through a consent petition, there's no double dip in having the tool into the plan. It's only when it is implemented improperly double dip occurs.
With respect to the legal, the purpose of the legal and yeah, and in terms of the level, obviously we had a lot of discussion around the discount factor and the inability to determine on the face of the plan whether or not. So does that come into the level? Like how much certainty do we need to have about can you determine the level and whether or not a discount factor?
So there's a couple of points on that in this. So it's a very important. One of the things that was identified in the rebuttal evidence that was put forward was the identification of the maximum charges. And that was essential because what it creates certainty. Now, if there's a little bit of irony in the sense that if submitters want certainty and you as a panel want certainty, the best thing to do is not talk about a maximum charge, just talk about a charge per part. Just take the number 3,400, 2,000, whatever it is, and just put that in the program and say that's the number per part to Te Ture Whaimata. What the current draft does is it was actually leaving that question of exactly what it would be open, since it could be lower if the program was adjusted downwards. So it's a little bit perverse in the sense that the certainty or the uncertainty that creates is a complaint to submitters, but it's also the thing that would give them an advantage because it would reduce the charge. So
Yeah, it's a bit of a conundrum really. My submission to you is I think the better thing to do is just simply set the third party charge. And then, and have that set as the formula in the plan. And then start thinking about the discount factor, as a matter that can be taken into consideration by the consent authority when implementing the tool. But at least everyone, if they want to go to the plan, calculate out their total exposure to the FCs based on their proposed in-unit development, they can. And then they can think about a strategy for arguing what kind of discounts can drive them. So I think that's the better approach. So that those maximum charges just simply be articulated as that charge. The next thing, which is I think related to that, is the question about the per unit charge, whether or not it should be per unit or whether there should be some headroom rate. Was submitted a concern about the inequity associated with, not drawing a distinction between size of the unit, number of bedrooms, and so on. I think the city has some sympathy for that. I mean, to a certain extent, you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. And I've been involved in development contribution litigation where the flip side of that point has been argued that bedrooms aren't actually a particularly good proxy for determining demand on things, particularly stormwater. So either way is open to criticism. Rightly or wrongly, council has said, well, let's just deal with it as a per unit charge, and you deal with the others and others. There'll be some that win through that regime, there'll be some 1 bedroom units that lose. That I think is sort of the part of the regime. Now, there's a couple of ways that you could address it. One is you could pick up the KO idea, which was to say, well, why don't we apply some kind of ratio to the per unit charge and get to a 1 bedroom unit, for example. Maybe a 1 bedroom unit should be exposed to only 0.3 of the charge or something. You could think about some way of ameliorating the unders and overs of the per unit approach through that kind of mechanism. That's one way of dealing with it. And the other is to move to the per bedroom approach. I think city's recommendation would be stay with the per unit approach. If you want to soften the extremities of that approach with some kind of an adjustment for one bedroom or 1 or 2 bedroom, that would be available to you. No, well, you do that.
We have an argument.
And that's actually, I think, one of the issues here that I'm having to the audience after this discussion. Is there a need for some evidence for you on some options here as to how you can solve some of these problems? And maybe there's a short list of evidence that cleans up. It could also include a slightly cleaned up version of the chapter and the evidence. But maybe what needs to happen here is the city needs to give you its solution to these issues in a planning brief which says here's how it's dealt with. Then you can either. But that's the first issue, which is the well, it's a few in there, wasn't there? Sorry, I'm jumping around a little bit. The first question, I think, I'm not sure was the question about the uncertainty around the discount factor. So first of all, in terms of uncertainty on that topic, so I say that the articulating a clear charge rather than calling a maximum deal with that. Second is whether or not there's something more that needs to be said about the discount factor. Now, I think the discount factor has got, there's plenty in there for people to work with. But the criticism, of course, is that it's uncertain as to just what it will deliver for me in terms of discount. But again, I wonder whether that's a matter of setting authority, because How can you create certainty for a discount and a discount factor without really knowing something more about the nature of the development that you're going to apply this to? That's a consent authority task. So I think the discount factor has just got to lay out the kind of factors, the criteria, the matters that we would consider as a tool, and then it becomes a matter for the consent authority to
What would be the discount policy?
yeah. The other point just on the discount issue is that the discount regime was, I think, Adair was critical of this because of their uncertainty. And the alternative they put forward is that we'll just simply exclude people from all EFC charges into this point. But it may be again that there needs to be some recognition of people as a greenfield growth cell where the planned provisions deliver the kind of density and residential amenity that maybe a retrospective brownfields development doesn't deliver. So you're actually giving it up front as part of the sense. I accept that your position.
So here, recognition of the plan, I think probably just get that as upfront part of the seat.
No, I'm saying I recognise, I think he said that he recognised that there's some force to the argument to say, well, hang on, Peacock as a new residential greenfield growth cell, recognise EBRE's densities. You should be able to trust those provisions to deliver a degree of residential amenity and streetscape amenity through consent conditions that perhaps you have got if you try and apply these EBRE's provisions to a brownfields development. So that, and I think also the argument about Te Ture Whaimana being better reflection of the decent-like religions that have some of the historic capabilities. You have to accept that, of course, does fail in terms of peace and fire. So I think there's some force in that argument. The question is, well, okay, how does it get reflected? And I think the appropriate way to reflect it would be to think about some level of discount, a ratio of EFC charge that would apply to Peacock. I do not support the idea of taking the tool away completely from Peacock for all the reasons that we've talked about, but if the panel were minded to recognise those factors that are there put forward, the way to do it would be to apply some kind of ratio of 30% and produce evidence for your suggested outcome. But that would deal with the Peacock issue, and that would be a way to address some of those matters that are there raised.
On the third name of the framework, the when required. This current frame is not expression. It's required once you've got a PUD. There's no expression.
Well, I'll go back and have a look at the draft, but as a matter of law, it's applied as a condition of resource consent. It can't be mandatory. It's subject to those legal tests that are described to the new group. So can't automatically assume that it must be brought down as a condition. I'll go back and have a look and see if there is language that is mandatory. It needs to recognise the final position of lawfulness condition.
Well done, I think. One thing in my mind that I hear about is for the Te Ture Whaimana, the equity or lack of the work that's needed for Te Ture Whaimana is to, in my understanding, is to remedy, if you like, or make better what's happened to the past activities as well as future activities. So how, in your view, is that justified by levying new developments compared with taking some out of the rates generally for the city? So it should really be levied over the whole city.
Well, I think that's a fair point. I think there's no question that the contribution that needs to be made by the community to giving effect to Te Ture Whaimaha is right across. The question, I guess, is whether again, it's about a tool. This is all about creating a tool. I mean, one way to address that point, I would say, all right, well, if there has been an identified Te Ture Whaimaha purpose, it's been costed out over a 10-year period, or whatever the number was. We know that that's being allocated across all of the units of development, not just residential, it's also all the other commercial and industrial activities. So there's already a spreading of that burden. But I take the point that, well, does it need to be spread further? What that's doing, that's allocating that cost to the development community, commercial, residential, or otherwise. But is there something that needs to be addressed by the ratepayer separately? And I acknowledge that. I think the answer is yes. How do you then reflect that in this process? I suppose the only way that I can think of is that you would take, for example, the raw numbers that have been identified, 44 million. So, well, in fact, I'm not going to allocate the entire 44 million to the development community. I'm actually going to, allocate a percentage of it and then work the numbers. That would be a way of addressing the phrase.
We don't have that information.
No, again, perhaps if I'm picking up what you're putting down, we will address that. Think about that and address that and
And then you have the reductive argument, which you're analysing only twice. Once with financial contribution, once with the rate. Yeah, it's very right. Yeah.
yes. Yeah. I mean, that's the same recommendation for a range of including DCs and all sorts. The argument, of course, the trade across the border bay, the paying quite so few.
Who's paying? I think it's right.
Anyway, I think really that covers the ground. Fairly comprehensively sees. Is there anything else? I'm sensing that you would be assisted by a piece of evidence which captures some of this and sets out a final Hamilton City Council recommended position. Yes. Will do. Moving through some of the issues, there was a matter raised by Owen Water which related to to impose this universal access requirement. The sort of central thrust of the triangle argument was that this was a matter that was dealt with in the building code, and there was a statutory prohibition on effectively having two cracks at it. And there was case law cited which said, well, and if it's for a separate RMA, separate RMA purpose. And there's probably two primary submissions I will make on this point. First is that it's not in fact double up in the building code, and that was accepted by ourselves for Owen Water, that there was a sort of an argument to say that by omission or by exclusion that was dealt with in the code. I don't, I don't support that analysis. I say that where the limits to that approach lie, say that it's if some element, for example, I think you said before, it felt counterintuitive to me because it was not dealt with, someone dealt with. Which is why I asked this question. And, I think the answer is now. So my submission on that point is that the double up that's concerned here doesn't exist. And so you are entitled to deal with the idea of some universal access provisions in the plan. The only observation, I think I made this note, only other observation I've made is that when I looked at the universal access provision and policy that relates to it, I didn't feel as if the objective was quite sharp enough in terms of the RMA purpose. I think I submitted to you that it was really about people providing for their health and well-being in Section 5 sense and creating an integrated living environments where all elements of the community can live and coexist, which of course is a laudable objective and I think squarely fits within the broad purpose of Section 5 of the RMA. So I don't have any doubts that purpose is right and it's an RMA purpose. But the objective that it hangs on, and it actually sits in all of the residential chapters. But one example is objective 4.3.2.1. You're looking for the C, it's 4.3.2.1, 4.3.2.1b, and rule 4.3.416. And as I say, the objective is sort of a broadly framed objective rather than the focused purpose that I've just described. And it may be that elements of this are sharp enough to be done to that objective to sort of properly anchor the universal access provisions. So I'll just leave that with you. But certainly in terms of the legality of virus, I'd say problems that can't all identify, I'd say don't exist. I think there was also some comments about the virus and the urban tree canopy and some of those provisions, the sort of green policy type provisions. In terms of the virus and those particular provisions. The first thing I would say about it is that broadly, they all are serving the qualifying matter of T35, so they all sit within that group of provisions which are, to an extent moderating the MDRs to serve the qualifying matter. So that's where they get the first legal foundation. The next question, I think, is this one about are they supportive and consequential of, and my submission on that point is that they are both. I think Mr. Allen, I accept Mr. Allen's analysis yesterday that supportive and consequential is this idea of there's a relationship back and forth. The provisions that support MDRs are ones where you have MDRs and you need something to support it. And so the MDRs is driving this need for support. And the other one is the consequential one, where again there's a sort of back and forth relationship between the MDRs driving consequence. So I accept that framing. But I say, I think there's greater flexibility in those words than perhaps, he suggested. And I would encourage the panel to take a, let's say, a liberal approach. I don't suggest it needs to be liberal to actually support the provisions that Hamilton City is asking for here. So it's not so much liberal, but I would suggest that you don't confine yourself to a narrow approach on that topic. And the reason I say that is because there's a danger here with these EBRS provisions and the broad thrust of the intensification mandate is that we get bad business outcomes. And there were submitters, a lot of submitters identified the concerns that they had around this. There was the name escapes me, some couple from Hillcrest, and they had photographs of wheelie bins out on the street. A terrible urban outcome associated with intensification. My point about this is that if we don't get these supporting and consequential amendments in through the opportunity that is provided to us, there's a risk that we end up with the kind of intensification that the community is so fearful of. And so I would encourage you, when you're thinking about these consequential changes and changes that we say are supportive of intensification, you bear in mind that there is a broad overarching objective to create good environments. And so anything that's helping to serve an outcome, I would encourage you to support. And yeah, was the point I was going to make was that the NDRS itself contains those objectives policies that sort of the beginning of sheet 3A, and the first objective is a well-functioning urban environment. And so the policy 3 of the NDRS encouraging development to achieve attractive and safe streets. Housing that meets day-to-day needs of residents. So the point there is those are mandatory objectives policies brought forward, and we say that these provisions support those outcomes. The issues arose, but probably appropriate to just touch on Kiwi Rail because it starts to engage with Waikanae and some of the concerns. My take of the Kiwi Rail position is I maintain my suspicion that those setbacks, which are changing the performance standards of what are otherwise being permitted activities in the Auckland District Plan, represent a walkback from the limited enablement of the ODP. So you had certain activities permitted which were enabled within a setback based on the Kiwi Rail relief. Would have met setback requirement and would have followed the terms of activity status. So for the same reason that we've done the cleanup, if you like, of the transport provisions, I say that the Kiwi Rail was some issues there with their relief. Now, the only way that I can see that the Kiwi Rail will survive Waikanae is if you are prepared to accept them as a qualifying member through Hamilton. And Hamilton City Council is fine. Would support the Kiwi Rail approach to, establish its infrastructure as qualified map. So it doesn't have a city sign. As I see it going, well, we get around some of those white units, be to satisfy that they should be treated as qualified.
You say we've got enough information from here around to be satisfied with it?
No, I don't think they've made that case sufficiently, based on the evidence. Turning to just a small matter that I think came up in the opening, talked about the Lakewood Rower, was captured by security fire. The short answer is definitions of Waikato River within the Settlement Act and lakes, wetlands, associated with particular deposit plan, SO plan 409144, found that it's within the definition. And I think it's probably also confirmed that in the evidence. We've talked about the transport related matters, and as I say, the key thing in terms of the transport related matters really the most of those provisions need to get home on the basis that they are in support of the consequential of the FDRS in terms of related provisions. And as I say, we stuff that they are. The mandatory objective, FDRS objective in terms of the well-functioning urban environment, and those other policies that I referred to are relevant. Policy 3, which talks about the maximum benefits of participation, we hang our hat on that and say that these provisions relate to support and consequential of them. And as I say, we say sold the Waikanae to the extent that what we were introducing was butting up against Waikanae, we would address that in the and the last matter on my list, apart from a few others which I will not cover writing, there was questions about the lapse period, whether or not we could pivot to adjusting the lapse period. The answer is the city has thought about that. It does support the idea of a rule or provision of the plan, which is the payment lapse period, due to leave that to the role of city authority on a case-by-case basis. And I think also it has the potential to give rise to unintended consequences. There was, for example, a 2-year lapse period. I could see the PGU getting inundated with lapse extensions, arguments about whether consents have been given effect to sufficient to warrant the extension. So on and so forth. So I think it would just drive a degree of administrative efficiency, consent team that would be unhelpful. So it's not favoured by the city. And there was the evidence at Scholar City yesterday, which talked about the relationship between the 5-year lapse period and the connections policy, which in my submission had a nice equilibrium or relationship. I think there's an acknowledgement that when you're talking about wastewater capacity, finite resource capacity, finite resource in that sense, except when it's added to, there will be this idea of capacity being there will be, it's just an inevitable consequence of development behaviour in context. And so long as the model is being updated in the way that it's colleague identified, it will always simply have to reflect that there's some capacity that's been banked but not used, but ultimately it gets released back into the system. Different what regional councils have to deal with. So, with those challenges around capacity banking, leaving the lapse issue alone.
Just building the headroom.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So in some ways, actually, it's a very good way to look at it. It's actually increased resilience, probably giving you 35. So that covered the ground that I had identified, we had identified. Is there anything else that hasn't been covered? We need to cover it now or in the written solutions?
I have a question about the scope for removing the layout. There was a submission that would provide that scope or whether we would if we were minded to accept that position, whether we need to use our clause amount.
Yes. Yeah. We'll again come back to you on that. In any event, for 99, if you were so minded.
I think I like it, to speak definitively.
Yeah, understandable. I suppose on that note, I'd like to express my gratitude on our city for the very careful attention that people pay to this ruling the hill. But no, we're very, very grateful. So, thank you so much. That's a pleasure to be with you.
So I think that, specifically, from the panel, the team as well. It's not an easy beast to wrangle, but, we haven't got that yet, but. Yeah, but, so, yeah, everyone, and, I guess that point.
Proposal for my Gano, Guru de Tiamon, in other words, protocol, my mother, up in my mother, in my part to echo the chair's comments and that is what is necessary to everyone provided. There are copy I Tato Wa, I can do that. It's goes on with the actually. Ko tai te wā, no te hapa iri te kete, I te kete kōrero, I te kete hakaaro. Hei tiki atu, mā taiwa, mā tātou, Pauhi, paura, pau te hakaaro, pau te tama, pau te araka, te pau e here nei ia tātou, a haumie huie tā kiere.
We will formally adjourn now for our first judgment. And, you will advise
Just on that, so just one housekeeping matter, which was, is there any mention, once you clear the limit or some of the important deliberations, you want to have some kind of drafting workshop,
almost all. This is going to move so fast.
Yes.
Yeah, there will be a boundary bits that will not overlap.
So we will ensure that relatively available for whatever's needed.
All right, very good.
But you think